Just so we are clear, if a foreigner comes to your country and demands that you accept their culture as your culture, or demands that you change your beliefs, that is not a foreigner. That is not an immigrant. What that is is an invader. That is someone that is coming over to your space to take over and invade it. So when you sit there and you look at what's happening in New York, you look at what's happening in Texas, you look at what's happening in the places where these people came from, you look at Somalia, you look at all of these individuals who are being put into a position of power who support this type of invasion. You need to understand what's coming next. They will take away our weapons. They will tell us that we cannot eat certain foods. They will tell us that we cannot go to certain places. They will tell our women that they have to wear certain clothes. They will tell them that they have to dress modest. They will force them to do a lot of different things. You will have to deal with people praying in the middle of the street while you're driving and stopping you and invading your movement, your space. You need to understand what's taking place in America so that you can understand that these people are not coming here with good intentions. This is not me saying that I hate people. This is me basically saying, look, if you like the fact that America is a free place where you get the freedom to believe in what religion you want to believe in, if you get the freedom to decide what you want to do as long as nobody is getting hurt, if you love that part of America, the freedom of choice part of America, you need to understand when people come over and they say that you don't have a choice, they probably should go. Because you don't get to tell us what to do in our own country.
Right.
It's not being rude. It's just saying, hey, look, this country was built in a way where everybody can come here and feel happy and feel blessed and enjoy the fact that this is a free nation.
Free nation.
But not a nation that will be enslaved by any foreigner invading it.
That's right. Nobody rides for free, motherfuckers. What's up, everybody? How are we doing tonight? I'm Jim, and this is Jim Tells You, and I'm going to tell you the news. Or so, I think, maybe. I have to apologize right off the bat. If the sound is off, please someone let me know. My grandson, who I love so much, decided to come in my room today and play with all the switches and buttons on my soundboard. So I think I got it back to where all the settings are supposed to be so it doesn't sound, you don't hear like other noises, but you hear me. So if there's a problem, all right, I sound great. All right, that's all that matters. I got KPT telling me I sound great. So everyone else, mind your business. I already shut off the ads. I got that taken care of. And I want to thank everybody who came over from Joe. I appreciate it. Really great. So, we've got a bunch of stories tonight. But as per usual, there is the little bit of business we must take care of at the beginning of the show, which is the goal. And every night, or just about every night, we do the show. It's about 2 hours, 2.5, somewhere between 2.5 hours long. But if we get $100 in total donations, I add everything up. I don't just go off of the super chats, but I do everything. I add everything up. Streamlab. I'm PayPal, Cash App. I have the pin in the chat, and then Ko-Fi Coffee, and then Rumble Rants and Super Chats. What is wrong with my brain today? And then memberships, gifted memberships, or becoming a member, or even local stuff. If somebody donates anywhere, I add it all up, and when we get to 100, I add 1 extra hour to the show. And so for each 100, it's another hour. So it can go all night. It can go 2.5 hours, whatever you guys want. It's up to you. It's up to you, the audience, if you want the show to go for longer and longer. And then we also have a little treat for the people who like treats. We have this little girl named Bella who's just chilling with her little baby. And for when we hit 50, Bella Vision gets activated for the night. You guys get to watch and see if she does tricks. When she flips and does, all types of stuff. She's always on the move. She's never just laying there the whole night. She wouldn't do that. When she gets paid, she puts in the work. So if we get 50, that gets activated. Unless we get a single individual donation that equals $125 or greater. So that could be a $25 super chat or a PayPal or a Cash App or Ko-Fi or whatever. Or it could be, 5 gifted memberships would take care of that. So let's get to the beginning here and see. Oh my God, I got so many people to say hi to. Audra's here. Hi, Audra. How you doing? Diamond G. Michelle Perez here. KPT's here. Dan Gagax is here. What's up? How you doing? Captain Z. Cannibalistic Wizard. Joe didn't raid, but I'm still here to see the round cow unless the goblin has her. No, she's here. But Joe, it's usually up to somebody in the Rumble chat to raid from Rumble. So Joe doesn't usually raid Rumble, so it has to usually be someone in there. And Andy Gorski is here. How you doing? Jim has an intro and Joe does not. Yeah, well, I'm professional. What's up, Lady Bama? How you doing? Great to see you. Steve Hilliard's here. Great to see you too, buddy. All right, Jim and the Jim Somniacs. That's right, all the Jim Somniacs here. We'll see how late we go tonight. What's up, number 3, Nanernose? What's up? That is how I got here. I had to click a link. I am lost. Can anyone tell me where this is? Mommy. No, this is here. Here it is, Gundam Zig. We're always here. What's up, Jody? Great to see you. Good Logic and their viewers just joined. Say hello. Hello, Good Logic and their viewers. Great to see you. Sending computer vibes. What's up? Good computer vibes. What's up? Sent by the tunnels from the Good Logic. Thank you, AK Log Cabins. Great to see you too. I was coming anyway, but Joe, appreciate Joe's help. 0 to 17 Giants Pats. Well, that's good. Get ready to use your big old brain. Woohoo, I made it. Hello, Jim Somniacs. Welcome, Raiders. What's up, Jules? Great to see you. And Ray Knowledge is here. Don't forget the ads. I already shut them off. Need to remind the diggers to clear Tunnel 9. It was awful dirty on their way over. Okay. The BLT sandwiches will be outlawed. Choose wisely. They could never take my bacon. I'm sorry. I'll surrender for some surrender or freedoms, but I'm not giving up bacon. That's right. You sound great. Well, thank you. Actually, I think he did you a favor. I don't know. What's up, Catherine K? What's up? Great to see you. HJ Remy's here. What's up? Nanner Nose is here. How you doing? We need 40 more likes to hit 50%. Jim is rates less, at least 50%. Yeah. The odor of mendacity has been detected. Okay. Joe did raid from YouTube. I know he did. And Bella has her baby. So cute. All right. I think that's, I think I got all those. That's it for everybody that's here. All right. So let's get into, well, first, I think I have another video that I thought I wanted to show before we get into some news, because I found this really funny. Let me put it up here. No, add to stage. All right. You go like this, like this. All right. So this is, there's a special election because, you know, we had these weird rhinos that decided to just call it quits in the middle of the first year of Trump's, you know, right after an election, like 6 months in, we had rhinos leaving. You know, we had this guy from Tennessee that just decided, that represents, you know, around Nashville area, decided, I think Murfreesboro, I'm going to quit and leave. I can't remember his name because he's just a rhino and I don't really care. Hey, none of your business. Great to see you. But so he quit. And so now there's a special election coming up like in a couple days, I think. But anyway, so this is the lady that the Democrats have picked to try and take the congressional seat. So let's, you know, and then this is what their Democrats are building momentum. We're all gas, no brakes. Let's do everything we can to chip away at the House majority. This Tuesday, get out and vote for Afton Bain. Wow. Did you do the story about the Afghan guy in Fort Worth, Texas, who had a terror plot? Yes, we did that yesterday. Nanner knows that was actually, he was building a bomb. He was making videos of him building the bomb. Fucking crazy. But that was yesterday. In the news yesterday. 7 to 17 Pats. All right. So this is who they think is going to be able to win. And you know, look at her. You guys think she can win?
Well, I'm currently involved in a transformative justice seminar. And so it's how to imagine a world without police and what that looks like and what community mechanisms look like, how people can not police themselves, but what, for example, if you experience sexual assault, like what is the reconciliation process and what does transformative justice look like? Because as we know, like you can't take those things to court. Like, you know, our legal system is terrible when it comes to retribution. So anyways, all that to say is that like, I hope all of you, so one, I'll have a podcast on it and I highly recommend, like if it's been difficult for all of you to imagine a world without police, please tune in to maybe not this episode, but the next one. Cause I'll talk about, you know, things I'm learning and growing as an organizer, because I think, especially for those of us, you know, that are young, like, you know, and talking to our parents about what police abolition looks like. That,
police abolition.
You know,
she wants to abolish the police.
There's a world. Well, I'm currently involved in a transfer.
She wants to abolish the police. She wants to abolish the police. Like she wants to abolish the police. Like she says like a lot. The scary part is that Tennessee district is one of the two I was looking at a possible move. Scarier, I have bad luck and bet this 3 or 4 wins tomorrow. Republicans want to lose too much. Fortunately, the polling shows her down like 5 or 6 points. So that probably means she's going to lose by 10 or 12. You know, generally speaking, they try to skew the polls to favor them the best they can, but Trump won the district by 22 points. If the Republicans lose the district, man, that would not bode well. That's all I'll say about that. That's all I'll say about that. All right. Now, I apologize to everybody if you are, if you already saw all these news stories, but there's nothing I can do. The news is the news. And so the first news story of the evening is the judges have just kicked Alina Habba out as U.S. Attorney in New Jersey. What the fuck? Yes, that's correct. I don't understand how judges have this power. I don't see anywhere in the Constitution where it says that judges get to decide who works in the executive branch. It's not in the Constitution anywhere. I'm just saying, and that's really the supreme law of the land. So I think when all said and done, at some point, someone, maybe the Supreme Court, is going to have to say, judges don't get to make this call. Sorry. It's not up to you. It's a political matter. It's not justiciable, as they say. So let's see what this says.
Appeals court is now siding with a lower court ruling to disqualify President Trump's pick for New Jersey U.S. Attorney Alina Habba. So there is a 3-judge panel, and it ruled that the Trump administration used an illegal method to nominate Habba as the top prosecutor in the state. The judges wrote in their opinion that Trump administration's argument would effectively permit anyone to fill the U.S. attorney role indefinitely. And this case could see further appeal before a full panel of Third Circuit judges, or it could head to the Supreme Court, and we'll keep you posted on what happens. Meantime, the appeals court is...
So as... and then KPT says, well, the American Indians did not have police. How'd that work out for them? Yeah, it didn't work out well for them. They should have had police. Same 120 pounds of dog warms me up every time. So judges can fire their boss? Noted. Seems like it very low. I turned it up. Hopefully that was high enough. If not, that was about as high as it can go. Hey, Iowa Backyard Cam is here and says, good evening. Have a great show. Well, thank you. Thank you. There's 130 people here watching right now. So like number 34, like if you love Bella. Well, yes, definitely. If you please, if you wouldn't mind, to just, hit the like button. And if you want to subscribe, that would be great too. I don't know what this is all about. I'm seeing StreamYard did some changes and some stuff. I'm seeing weird things there. Judges can't overrule the president, right? Unless they're scared he's going to find out something. That doesn't make any sense. The Constitution is now the supreme law of the land only as long as judges allow it, and we do not correct these judges. Well, we have a story that one judge thinks he doesn't have to answer to anybody, and Congress said, we want to talk to you. And he said, I'm not coming. Refused to go to the principal's office. Alina, only if crumbs in bed or more room on the floor. I don't even care if there's crumbs in the bed. She'd be all right. Oh, Dems brought another impeachment to the House of Representatives again? Really? Go figure. And this says, breaking, the deep state struck again, and appeals court upholds ruling to disqualify Alina Habba, Trump's stellar pick for New Jersey U.S. attorney, claiming the administration used an illegal method. The supposed judge has whined that it could let anyone hold the job indefinitely. Total BS witch hunt. New Jerseyans deserve a fighter like Alina Habba. And this is very interesting. You want to know? Alina Habba indicted LaMonica McIver. A judge said she's ineligible to serve. Lindsay Halligan indicted James Coney and Letitia James. A judge ruled her ineligible. The judiciary is corrupted and will do anything to protect the swamp. I totally agree. Wholeheartedly agree. Minnesota has another alcoholic female judge. Really? Talk about the one that said you can't, that overruled the jury. Is she an alcoholic, or are you talking about the one with Recada's case? Hail, Jim Somniacs. What's up? I am Bob. Great to see you. Awesome for you to be here. I really appreciate it. Very, very good. Republicans need to realize the system is broken. Judges can only be removed with 2/3 of the Senate, which means leftist judges can do whatever they want. They won't be removed. The Constitution itself guarantees that corruption can't legally be ended. Realize where we are. Realize where we are. Well, there is something else besides impeachment. They could just say they're no longer serving in good behavior. I mean, that's the thing you need to do. Yeah. Only 8 judges have ever been removed. Only 8. Strange, right? Appeals court disqualifies Alina Habba from serving as the U.S. Attorney for New Jersey. MAGA warrior Alina Habba has been barred from serving. From serving. They keep doing this, and I want to know if it's just somebody typing weird or some way somebody speaks. Yeah. What's this? Totally different situation. A DUI a couple hours ago. Oh, okay. All right. 48 likes, 128 watching. Please like, subscribe, comment, and share. That's right. Okay, if it's for Bella, I guess I'll slap that like button. Well, thank you, HJ Remy. That's awesome. That's awesome. I appreciate it. Oh, hey, look at this. KPT, $10 on PayPal. Thank you very much. At least I think it was KPT. I'm pretty sure it was KPT. Pretty sure that was KPT, but thank you. And with that, we are now $90 away from the first additional hour and $40 away from Bellavision, unless, of course, we get a $25 donation in some way, shape, or form. Then that would automatically. It was KPT. Thank you. Costco planning on suing the administration for refunds if SCOTUS strikes down the tariffs. Oh, okay. They would have to go to the Court of Claims, I'm pretty sure. And, Nanner says just because. Thank you, Nanner. And with that, we activate the bell of vision. I'm going to have to make some adjustments. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nanner. And so then I have to do this, hide this. And then that's 26 of 36. $64 away. So we are now $64 away from the first additional hour. Thank you, Nana. Thank you so much. You're going to lurk. Life is indifferent all night. All right, well, hang out. Thank you, Nana Knows. Yeah, let me fix the camera over there for Bella. She's kind of hanging off the camera. All right. No. Better. All right, I feel better. You feel better? Why does my chair feel low? Did he lower my chair? And I can do this, come this way, and go mirror image. And there she is. There's the Bella. But now you can't see her baby. There you go. You can see her baby a little bit. Well, I guess I could fix the baby. Thank you. Oh, and then Jay Wills comes in with another 5. Thank you. Now I seem low, or my chair seems low, the sound. Thank you for another 5 just because, Jay Wills. And with that, we adjust the banner. So we're $59 away. I seem low in my chair. Let me see. I don't know. I put it where you can't see it. Let's see how long it stays there. I know, right? Feed that poor dog. She's starving. Oh, it fell off. I had it right where it needed to be, and it fell off. All right, let's get back to the show. So, this is the latest assault by the judiciary of Trump legal appointees, and surely won't be the last. From CNN, a federal appeals court on Monday found Alina Habba, President Trump's former personal attorney, is serving unlawfully as a U.S. attorney, dealing a legal blow to the administration that could have far-reaching consequence on other appointments across the country. A panel of 3 appellate judges with Third U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals upheld the lower court's finding that the administration violated the law when it used a series of maneuvers to install Habba in a position after failing to win Senate support. Well, she never got voted down in the Senate. See, the rules apply to someone who is voted down in the Senate. She was never given a vote in the Senate. There's a difference. And the law that they're talking about always talk about someone who is voted down in the Senate, not someone that never got a vote. They never voted on her. Under the government delegation theory, Habba may avoid the gauntlet of presidential appointment and Senate confirmation and serve as de facto U.S. attorney indefinitely. The unanimous 3-judge panel wrote, the view is so broad that it bypasses the constitutional appointment and Senate confirmation process entirely. Is there a better place for Bella's toy? I don't know. I mean, I guess I could put it here. Your internet stinks tonight? Oh, that's too bad. Ow. Yowzy wawa. So, the ruling by the appeals court marks a tremendous loss for America, as Habba has been a fearless warrior for election integrity, especially during last month's elections. The latest news regarding Habba also comes months after an Obama judge said she was not lawfully holding the office of the United States. U.S. Attorney Pam Bondi promptly appealed the ruling. It also comes 1 week after an appeals court ruled that Lindsay Halligan, a U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, was illegally appointed and dismissed cases against James Comey and Letitia James. The feckless GOP Senate has only itself to blame for these debacles. There has been ample time to confer on Habba and other MAGA patriots. But the so-called institutionalists like Chuck Grassley are too busy trying to pacify Democrats using the so-called blue slip custom as an excuse. The custom effectively gives Democrat senators a veto over Trump's appointments. President Trump previously said he would file a lawsuit to prevent Grassley from blocking Habba's confirmation with the unconstitutional blue slip process, and has lashed out against the practice in general. I have a constitutional right to appoint judges and U.S. attorneys, but that right has been completely taken away from me in states that have just one Democrat senator. That's because of an old, outdated custom known as a blue slip that Senators Grassley from Iowa, refused to overturn, even though the Democrats, included Chuck Cook and Joe Biden twice, have done so on numerous occasions. Yeah, the Democrats have done it a lot. They'll just do it. They go, no blue slip. All right, you want to let's go. We're going to get rid of it. You missed the part in the Constitution that gives the senator a blue slip. It's just not in there. That's the thing. It's not in the Constitution anywhere. It's not. Nano says, I closed everything when I got a delivery and stopped watching for the driver to deliver it to the correct house. That's right. The only candidates I can get confirmed for these most important positions are, believe it or not, Democrats. Chuck Grassley should allow strong Republican candidates to ascend to these very vital and powerful roles and tell the Democrats as often they tell us to go to hell. It's a breaking news story. Will be updated. That's appreciated. How come no Bella? What are you talking about? Bella's right there. You don't see Bella? You don't see Bella? What, am I going crazy? She's right there. AZ Merce, she's there. I'm sorry. I don't know what else I could do. Yeah, so we got this. Personalize your search results. Yeah, so same story basically. Appeals court disqualifies Trump lawyer Habba from serving as interim U.S. attorney. Must be behind in the stream. You guys see her? Sound effects, a little hot, boss. Okay. That's from a tunnel rant. Oh, it's okay. So these sound effects. Okay. Let me turn them down. All right. Somehow you were behind. All right, we'll have to wait. You let me know, Jules, if they're too loud next time I play them. Okay. So yeah, so there's Alina Habba, man. I'll just say she's a smoke show. Oh, look at this. Minnesota snowing. Snowing in Minnesota, eh? It's apparent the current administration has been frustrated by some of the legal and political barriers to getting its appointees in place. Its efforts to elevate its preferred candidate for the New Jersey, the role of acting attorney, demonstrates the difficulties it faces, yet the citizens of New Jersey's and the loyal employees in the U.S. Attorney's Office deserve some clarity and stability. The panel, made up of 2 judges appointed by George W. Bush and 1 appointed by Barack Obama, sided with the initial ruling. Yeah, what do you figure? Bush appointees were Obama appointees are basically the same fucking thing. Appeals court rules Trump nominated Habba disqualified. She's disqualified. Habba. What's that from? Hubba. I think that's from Habba. Isn't that from from The Honeymooners? Was that Jackie Gleason or was that Ed Norton said that? A panel of U.S. appeals court judges in Philadelphia agreed with the lower court ruling. Well, yeah, because those judges probably all had to get blue slipped by Democrats, so they're probably all fucking Democrats. Just saying. I would not surprise me in one bit. What? Why is it doing that? That's weird. Anyway, all right. Jackie Gleason, that's what I thought. The Justice Department has attempted to keep Habba as the acting U.S. attorney after her interim appointment expired without Senate confirmation. Well, as her appointment was expiring earlier this year, a federal judge in New Jersey exercised their legal authority to replace Habba with a career prosecutor who had served as her second in command. They then fired that prosecutor and renamed Habba as the acting U.S. attorney. Well, because they should get who they want. That's how that works. Okay. Our next story of the evening. Millions of people could soon lose access to SNAP benefits. What's behind the concern? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Changes to SNAP benefit concern nationwide about new changes to SNAP benefit requirements.
Yeah, so those changes could mean that millions of people could lose access to the benefits. KHOU 11's Katira Winfrey is joining us live from the food bank this morning. Katira, what's behind the concerns this morning?
Well, good morning, Jacob and Ilona. And as of right now, changes won't impact users until next year. But there is concern coming from the confusion on how states will roll it all out. There are more than 350,000 SNAP recipients spread out across Harris, Fort Bend, and Montgomery counties. The new rules would require SNAP recipients to work, volunteer, or attend job training for at least 80 hours a month. Those who don't will only qualify for food benefits 3 months every 3 years. Food advocates say these changes will add to a growing food insecure population.
Food insecurity rates before the shutdown were higher than at any point during the pandemic. As an example, we're continuing to see very high demand. I think part of the reason is because the fastest growing group of people turning to the charitable food system are people who don't even qualify for any federal nutrition programs.
And the USDA says states should not count November when determining if people met their work requirements due to the government shutdown. It's not clear when Texas will roll out changes, but most of the country will see the cuts start to happen in March. Now, coming up in the next hour, I'll break down who will be impacted. Reporting live in Houston, Katira Winfrey, KHOU 11 News.
Katira, so many following this.
Yeah, I can tell you all who's going to be impacted. All right, I can tell you, it's going to be, oh shit, It's going to be
And in the meantime, some federal workers are really feeling the stress of missing paychecks while trying to cover just the basics.
Shut up! Get out of here! How dare you start? You don't do that. You don't just start. Yeah. I'll tell you who's going to be affected. It's illegal aliens. Yes, illegal aliens. It's also single men with no children. So like from age I think 21 to 45 or 55 with no kids that are not disabled. Yeah, they're going to have to work or they don't get any food benefits. That's how it works. If Somalians would fraud away over billions of dollars, we could have a lot more SNAP. Choose wisely. Yeah, that's right. And none of the people on SNAP are voting Republican anyway. Some people on SNAP are voting Republican. Some are. I'm sure it's possible. There's some, there's different people that get different amounts. There's people in this chat that get some form of SNAP benefits that I'm sure voted for Trump. It's just they're not getting what they need to get because they're giving all the money to these people who shouldn't get it because they, there are able-bodied people who could be working. It's single people with no kids. That's what we've got. That's where we're at. And it's sad to say, but something's got to change before we run out of money. It really does. Something has got to change. Because we are running out of money. Greetings, Gates. What's up, Ank? How you doing? And if we weren't supporting so many non-citizens, we could feed the Americans. That's correct. 100% correct. Yes, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. My niece went a long time with no paycheck. People who scam and no one with seafood allergies. Never taken a federal benefit in my life. Well, good for you, AZ Merce. Hey, Ank, what's up? Great to see you. Thanks for being here. Neither have I, but I don't count my childhood. We'll forget asking kids what they wanted to do when they grow up, part of college and career stuff. She wanted to stay home and get a check like mom and grandma. Hey, Griper73 is back. What's up, buddy? Great to see you. Thank you for being here. So let's see. SNAP benefits are flowing again, but many enrollees will soon hit another hurdle. That didn't make sense. Yeah, it made sense to me. We'll never forget asking kids what they wanted to do when they grew up as part of college and career stuff. She wanted to stay home and get a check like mom and grandma. Made total sense. It's somebody that told you or told someone that they wanted to stay home and get a check like their mom and grandma does. Somebody who wants to live on the dole, as they say, on the government teat. Second wounded guardman now responsive. So good news so far. Well, that's awesome. And Nana knows to get the check. They have to have a kid, a daddy's at the curb, the fall of families. I read what you wrote. I understood it. I understood it. I was right. We were right. We're simpatico, me and you. We're like two riders in the same seat or whatever. They could the same saddle or whatever. I don't know. Food stamp recipients are now receiving their November benefits, but a growing swath of enrollees may soon lose their vital assistance completely. At the same time as the government shutdown disrupted the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, yes, riders on the storm, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 unto this house we're born, into this world we're thrown, naked as a bone. For you to understand, a world never man, riders on a storm. I don't know all the words. I'm trying to remember them. At the same time as the government shutdown. Yes, that's right. So began implementing an expansion of the program's work requirements as mandated in a Republicans' big, beautiful bill, which was signed into law by President Lord Emperor Donald J. Trump this summer. Under the GOP package, with more food stamp enrollees will have to work, volunteer, or participate in job training for at least 80 hours a month. Like a dog without a bone and hacker of a loan or something like that, right? My gifted membership wore off, but I still appreciate what you've done. Well, thank you. Oh, good. My internet is stinking. Buffers every couple of seconds. So that stinks. They encourage the older daughters to have a baby to get more benefits. I actually haven't heard a Doors song in quite a while. I'm going to have to listen to the Doors. I haven't listened to the Doors in quite a while. The extended work requirements will result in 2.4 million fewer Americans receiving food stamp benefits. Good. Why would we want more people getting benefits? Wouldn't the whole purpose, the whole goal be of no one to have the benefits? Seems like that would be like a very lofty goal. It's like something you should strive for, is that no Americans need food assistance because they're all working and have money. Okay, the expanded work requirements will result in 2.4 million fewer Americans receiving food stamp benefits in an average month over the next decade, according to a Congressional Budget Office analysis. So it's not a total of 2.4 million less people. What that says is 2 more fewer people receiving benefits in an average month. Oh no, so that's 2.4 less in a month. All right, over the next decade, because that's the kind of thing it says over the next decade. That kind of said, does that mean we got to take that and divide it by 10, and then a month divide that by 12 to say how many fewer it will actually be? Are they making it sound bigger because they're taking 10 years worth of data and smashing it together? Recipients who don't meet the requirement will likely start losing their benefits in March, but the timing will depend on where they live and when they must recertify their eligibility for food stamps. They shouldn't call them food stamps anymore. They really shouldn't, because they're not food stamps. Republicans have long wanted to beef up SNAP's existing work requirement, which used to apply to beneficiaries 18 to 49 who did not have disabilities or dependent children. Oh, it's an actor out on loan? Okay. 5-1. Which used to apply. The GOP increased the age threshold to 54 as part of the 2023 debt ceiling agreement. Oh. Yeah, I mean, why would it be 49? Why would it be over? I mean, yeah, Hank says, yeah, in the 70s, the government started with dissolution of marriage and giving women food stamps as long as the husband wasn't in the house. You just bought a Doors 8-track tape at a garage sale. 8-track tapes, I always liked them. I did. I always liked 8-track tapes. I haven't had a player in a long time. I still have cassette tapes. I have a Nakamichi Dragon. It just needs to be serviced. Starting the generation to generation food stamp thingy. Yeah, that really started in the 60s, but it really took off in the 70s. My friend in high school used to play his Martin 12-string and sing Riders on the Storm like Jim Morrison. It was like he was there, man. The Doors. That is amazing. The GOP spending bill further broadened the work requirements to include recipients through the age of 64 and parents with children aged 14 to 17, veterans, people with experiencing homelessness. Mm-hmm. You don't say, Serenity. People still correct records. You don't say. Let me see here. You don't say. You see what's behind me there? Those are all records. And then that behind me further, those are all CDs. So I have CDs and records. Yes. But mostly the CDs I have are mostly all super audio CDs or the high density. I can't remember what to call it. HCD or something like that. They're hey, Gypsy still owes Columbia money. What's up, Gypsy? Great to see you. You've come a long way, baby. And former foster youth are now subject to the mandate. So what they wanted people, if you were a former foster youth, so you're somebody that was in foster care, but you're out of foster care because you turned 18, are they supposed to get, like, because they were in foster care, they're supposed to get food stamps forever? That doesn't make sense. The legislation made it harder for states to seek waivers during poor economic conditions. Previously, states could obtain waivers in areas that identify as having a lack of sufficient jobs. Now only areas with unemployment rates over 10% qualify. I thought CDs were less popular for collecting. I know some say they are. They're not the same thing, but I have ones that are all like. I have some that are like they're like a different material. They're like high density or something like that. They're platinum coated and stuff. They're from Japan. Like I have a bunch that were from like Japan. They still make some really good CDs in Japan. You got to order them like and get them shipped from Japan to you, and they're like really good quality. They're not the shit we get in the United States. They're still making good quality CDs in Japan for the Japanese market. That's all I'll say about that. Foster kids age out and with nothing. I don't know. That's what it's saying. So, a federal judge in Rhode Island has barred the U.S. Department of Agriculture from terminating existing waivers before the expiration dates, but the agency has yet to release guidance on the decisions, said Chloe Green, Assistant Director of Policy at the American Public Human Services Association. American Public Human Services Association. They need a better name. That sounds weird. Asked about the case, the USDA said it's approving waivers within its statutory authority under the Big Beautiful Bills Act of 2025 on an individual basis. Overall, roughly double the number of SNAP recipients will be subject to mandate, said Lauren Bauer, a fellow in economic studies at the Brookings Institute. Hey, what the F's here? What's up? Says, hi, everyone. Late to the party. Better late than never. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you hit the like button. Looks like, oh, wow. On my screen, it says only 4 likes. Let me refresh. 68 likes. There's 140 people watching and only 7. It's like 50. I'm below 50% on likes. Come on, people. Hit that like button. Hit something. Texas now gives free state college tuition to anyone in the foster care system at any point in their childhood. Well, that's awesome. That's good. It sounds like a national HR department. It does, right? It does. Hey, Jamesy Jimbo. Great to see you. Have you hit the like button? Have you personally hit the like button? All of you. I want everyone to sound out that you hit the like button. There is both tremendous amount of confusion and strangely a wide array of differences across states and how they are implementing it. Well, states can do what they want if the states want to pay for it. Choosy says albums like Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, and a band called Nectar album Remember the Future were continuous loops designed for A-Track to go round and round and round. Oh, what's up? You're number 67. Thank you, Gypsy. Hey, Kelly's here. What's up, Kelly? How you doing? Hi, kind of chat. Thank you. 8 tracks were neat. Yeah, they were neat because it was just a loop of tape that just kept going around, and you would switch. It had like multiple sections on the track that just moved ahead slightly, so it would play a different song as it was spinning. Which is still, so you had to go like each program, but if you still had to fast forward because it couldn't jump, so you had to fast forward, but you could skip like different things, and it was really kind of a cool, neat setup. It's just the sound quality wasn't great, put it that way. The best sound quality whatsoever is on reel-to-reel tape. If you ever had a reel-to-reel machine and listened to the sound quality on reel-to-reel, that's the best you can get. Best you can get, yeah. Yeah. It actually had 4 tracks, but the reason they called it an 8-track tape is because it was stereo. The original tapes, if I'm not mistaken, were mono and had less tracks or something, and they were used like the same kind of format as what they used on airplanes for the longest time for playing like the announcements and stuff on airplanes and for other things like that. Yeah, you hit the button and go around another track. Yeah. You have Alice's Restaurant on 8-track. That's awesome. Rush timetable. SNAP work requirement provisions were among the few GOP agenda bill measures that did not have a set implementation date. In the fall, the U.S. Department of Agriculture published a guideline that said the new rules would take effect on July 4th when the bill was signed into law, but effectively gave states until November 1st to stand up their programs. When Span's on the run. Reel-to-reel is what your parents had? It's the best, man. It's the best. Most people don't know. I mean, well, I don't know, maybe you know, but when you talk to people, sometimes they don't know that prior to digital, prior to all the digital stuff and still some of the best stuff, everything was recorded in the studios on master tapes, which was reel-to-reel tapes, and then converted for every other medium. For CDs, they converted it from that. For records, they converted it from the master tapes and then had a master pressing. but everything was recorded, and all the all this stuff, the equalization and everything was set up for the tape, for the reel-to-reel tape. And so that's why. And then there's a special. So you need a special phono preamp when you play with a record player, because they have to actually adjust it from the tape to what the record player, for the type of thing. They had like 16 tracks on some studio tapes. Sure. Yeah, the 8-track was invented by Bill Lear, the founder of Learjet. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what it was originally for like planes, to play things on planes. That way they could just, and I think it was for like announcements and stuff like that. So they could do like, put your seatbelts on, or the safety warnings. I think. I could be wrong. I think that's what it was for. Then earlier this month, USDA said the states should not count November when calculating when enrollees are meeting their work requirements because of the shutdown spurred benefit disruptions. Quadraphonic. Yeah, quadraphonic was a big thing in this late 60s and early 70s, but the problem was there was too many different companies trying to do it. And like I had, like in the Who were very, very, they have a whole album, Quadrophenia, which is about, basically was designed and everything to be used with 4 speakers, basically, for like quad. It was the first, like what you want to call, after stereo, it was the first like multiple speaker setup. And then from the quadraphonic, it goes to surround sound from there, But quadraphonic was just where it was like different things. So you would sit in the middle with the 4 speakers. And so it was supposed to make you feel like, most states set November 1st as their implementation date. Well, you're talking about quadraphonic records. Yeah, you have to have a special, everything special for quadraphonic, and your receiver and everything has to be set for that specific quadraphonic setting and all this stuff. And you remember riding in the car with your parents, listening to the Beach Boys on 8-track. See, this is great with those memories. I remember riding around in a car listening to CCR. My dad loved CCR. One worry we have is that when you make system changes this fast, there's a risk for unintended impacts. That's why they never want to change anything in the government, because they always say, we could have unintended impacts, so we don't want to do anything. So they just don't do nothing. No matter how much, doesn't matter how much you blew your ears out in the 70s. Yeah. Looking out my back door. States are particularly sensitive to making payment mistakes now because another provision of the bill requires they shoulder a larger share of the administrative costs if they have high error rates. Watching all the elephants. Beneficiaries who are newly subject to the work requirements need to be notified and screened to make sure they don't qualify for other exemptions, such as having physical or mental limitations. See, I think a lot of people are going to be able to sneak by with the whole mental limitations thing, because they'll be like, who did you vote for? And they'll be like, I voted for Biden. They're like, oh, you're clearly mentally disabled. A lot of people are calling in worried now that they're being assigned work requirements without them even knowing. That should not happen. Oh, Peter Frampton. Oh. Do you feel like you do? Wah, 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 wah. You feel like I do. A lot of people, yeah. Many states are starting the 3-month clock when residents first apply for food stamps or when they file their recertification forms, which generally happens every 6 to 12 months, depending on the state, and entails an interview. But some states are checking all their enrollees at once without waiting for the recertification dates. Led Zeppelin in San Francisco with a quadraphonic PA, Houses of the Holy. Man. I have a great... But tell you, Steve, if you like Zeppelin, there's a couple things you should get. All right, there's a CD, a DVD set that's just called Led Zeppelin. It's a 2 DVD set, and it has it's like do I have it here? Where is it? And it has a whole bunch of concert footage that was remastered by Jimmy Page, and they updated it using like DHS, Dolby, and DTX and stuff like that. And also they have it, but it's great, man. They did surround sound and stuff. So I listen to it like that. They have footage from San Francisco. They have footage from, footage. Song Remains the Same. That movie, whatever, was basically footage from New York. They have some footage there too, but they got footage on there from old stuff, like when they were first performing on the first time they performed on a TV show in the for the BBC and stuff. It's great. It's a 2-disc set. Oakland Day on the Green, yeah. You like ELO, yeah. Electric Light Orchestra's good. You have to see this, yeah. It's a 2-disc set. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I'll find it. Showdown? Is that the Yardbirds? Oh, yeah, the Yardbirds are great, too. Like, the Yardbirds, that was Jimmy Page and Eric Clapton? Was it Clapton and Page on the Yardbirds? I know Jimmy Page was in the Yardbirds. Not sure it was Clapton. Anyway, so Connecticut has found it very challenging to implement the expanded work requirements, said Dan Giacomo, Director of Program Oversight and Grants. Estimated 10% of the state SNAP enrollees could be at risk of losing their benefits in the coming months. You could flip a switch. You can't just flip a switch in your eligibility system and have it all do all these new things. Why not? To ensure it's complying with the bill, the state has to implement temporary workarounds, which involve caseworkers manually inputting whether recipients are newly subject to requirement while it races to update its technology. Giacomo expressed concern about the cases being integrated properly into the system once it's updated. Another reason for delay is that the state had to wait for guidance from the USDA so staffers knew how to handle all scenarios. Though it still had several outstanding questions, it has enough information to get started. We'll see what they're worried about. The states are worried because the federal government says, listen, if you fuck up and you pay somebody SNAP benefits that they're not supposed to get, it's on you, not on us. If you make administrative errors and we determine that you paid somebody incorrectly, then it's on you, not on us. The original Led Zeppelin finished a couple of Yardbirds shows when the Yardbirds bailed. Yeah. I'm trying to remember who it was. Somebody. I don't know any of the new music bands. Well, GLR 57. Most of them are just like single guys. If you can't volunteer, you don't need food stamps. Yeah. Oh, no. You're talking about the CD collection. I have that too. That's the CD collection. It's 4 discs. I'm talking about the DVD one. It's 2 DVDs. It's a skinny DVD case. I have the 4 CD one somewhere too, which was Led Zeppelin. It was basically remastered, but this is a DVD set. There we go. It's from 2003. It's this one right here from 2003. This one right here. This one right here. If you can get this is fantastic. It's 2 DVDs. It's got Live at the Royal Albert Hall. It's got and then extras, and then Communication Breakdown. This Super Show was great. Earl's Court, Madison Square Garden, Kenilworth. It's really, really good. It's a 2-disc box set. I totally recommend you get it. You can't go wrong. It's fantastic. If you really like Zeppelin, and you could actually sit there and it's like it's actually like It's like you're there, man. It's like you're there in a concert. If you have a good setup. Yours is not, yeah, that's DVD. I have the CD one too, but the DVD is Jim plays guitar. No, I don't play any instruments, unfortunately. You particularly enjoyed their Danish radio performance? You collected Zeppelin memorabilia for years. I have a couple cutting room floor frames from the song remains the same. That's awesome. That's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, I've got all the. I bought. They re-released like they did. They remastered a bunch of stuff and re-released high resolution, high res audio, like 96K, I think it is, maybe higher. And a couple of years back, maybe about 10 years back or so, 8 years back, I bought all those stuff, all the discs and everything, and all the. You have the Led Zeppelin hologram set. States often want to wait for the clearance for the guidance so they don't take steps that agency might later say don't comply. Yeah. In Pennsylvania, the timetable began even earlier because its economic waivers, which covered many counties, expired in September. The Commonwealth took substantial steps to connect with all SNAP recipients in these areas to determine if they could qualify for another exemption. Hoa Pham, a deputy secretary in the Department of Human Services, said if they don't qualify, they could start losing their benefits as soon as January 1st. They don't have any quadraphonic anymore, so it was a gimmick. Jimmy Page keeps remastering stuff. He does so every few years. I guess he just needs something to do. Yeah. Yeah, but some of the stuff, like, they did release, when they released the stuff I'm talking about, the new high-res stuff, they also released a bunch of, like, demos, basically, like stuff before they named it. Yeah. I have, that's what I'm talking about. It says, if you're interested, I still have some of the original data DVDs and some of their shows, Earl's Court, etc. I have that 2-disc set. I mean, I have that. I also have, there's another one I have. I can't remember what it is. The one that's called Super Show, I think I have. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't have a lot of time to watch them anymore. Pennsylvania has several ways of verifying recipients' income, including state and federal data. Prior to the GOP bill, fewer than 25,000 of Pennsylvania's 1 million SNAP enrollees were subject to work requirements. So listen to that. So prior to the bill, there was 1 million people connecting SNAP in Pennsylvania, and only 25,000 had to work to collect SNAP. So only 25,000 out of a million. 25,000 out of 1 million people. So that's like 2%, 2.5% of the people had to work. Jim, you're retired. What are you talking about? I'm retired. I work every day. I'm here with you guys, working every night. I spend hours collecting the data. I'm playing with my grandkids, watching my grandkids, taking them places, doing stuff. I do more work now than I did when I was working. It's crazy. I get hardly enough any sleep. So the department projects that a total of 144,000 recipients could lose benefits over the next year when they renew if they don't work. So what you're saying is, they're not going to work. The states are also racing to inform the beneficiaries how they may be subject to the work requirements. Connecticut is sending text messages, mailing notices, and meeting with community groups. It also set up an online questionnaire that will direct those potentially affected to the next steps they'll have to take. Yeah, I have to feed Bella. And Jim is always up all night. I'm up all night, and I'm up all day, and I sleep about, 2-3 hours a day. So it will be all too easy for someone to miss an action step, and for the reason alone that they open up the risk of losing their SNAP eligibility for just missing an administrative process and not because of they're otherwise eligible. Oh, well, we'll see. Then I saw this story, which I thought was funny. I thought this was a little funny. Starbucks agrees to pay $35 million to New York City workers to settle claims that denied them regular shifts and cut hours. So they got sued because they didn't give regular hours. Everyone I know that is retired work more now. I swear I wasn't going to do that. I'm winning. Well, congratulations for being a winner, for being a big wiener. New Fed chair. What? Don't say. Starbucks will pay about $35 million to more than 15,000 workers. So what does that come out to? Well, the lawyers are probably going to take a big chunk of that. To settle claims that denied them stable schedules and arbitrarily cut their hours. Neil Young, Jimmy Page, Eric Clapton. There was one more too. There was one more. Arizona Wizards. I am retired and still work also. There was love them also. Yeah. There was one more. Buffalo Springfield. It's a decent band. There's another. Bry Guy B Money. What's up, Bry Guy B Money? How you doing? Great to see you. Thanks for being here. What does that come out to? So $10 would be $150K. $100 would be $150,000. $1,000 would be $1.5 million. $10,000 would be $15 million, right? So they might get $10,000 or $20,000. Hey, what's up? Derek's here. Frames and Rhythm. What's up, Jim and Chet? Great to see you. Starbucks needs to go out of business. Yes. Baristas on strike. The law is notoriously challenging to manage, and this isn't just a Starbucks issue. Nearly every retailer in the city faces these roadblocks. Many of the affected employees who held hourly positions will receive $50 for each week they worked from July 2021 through July 2024. Workers who experience a violation after that may be eligible for compensation by filing a complaint with the department. That's crazy. Yeah. Thanks, Obama. It's hard to get full-time employment because the companies don't want to offer benefits, i.e. healthcare, paid holidays, and sick leave. Yeah. And then they lowered it from 40 hours for a full-time work to 36 hours. So now most people only work 32 to 34 hours a week. So full-time, can't really get full-time. Nanner Knows says, I retired early and it's work just to get up and get dressed. Vanilla Gorilla, what's up, man? How you doing? As a nurse, I get called off and we don't have patients. Now, how is this new? They want $30 an hour. Something about Eric Clapton mostly goes in one ear and out the other. Well, I would say something about Eric Clapton mostly goes in one nostril and comes out the other. It's called cocaine. Da-na-na-na-na, cocaine. If you want to get high, high, cocaine. Now's the time to work all you can. Yeah. It's hard to be employed full-time with two part-time jobs as the schedules for part-time are not consistent. It is. Cocaine, man. The $38.9 million settlement also guarantees employees laid off during a recent store closings in the city will get the chance for reinstatement at other company locations. Eric Clapton people tend to be Jimmy Buffett people. I don't agree, man, because I love Eric Clapton. And I don't really like Jimmy Buffett, really. He's got one song. Wasting away again in Margaritaville. Gonna take my soul to Pina Colada Berg. Does anybody know where that song is from? Pina Colada Berg? Name that song. Pina Colada Berg. Who sang it? What movie is it from? The city began investigating in 2022 after receiving dozens of worker complaints after several Starbucks locations and eventually expanded its investigation to hundreds of stores in the city. Club Dread. There you go. Bingo, Robert Chalk 8884. You got it. That's right. A lot of people don't really know. That's a great movie by the guys that brought you Super Troopers. If you haven't seen Broken Lizard's Club Dread, man, check it out. It's fucking good. It's funny as shit. Bill Paxton's in it, man. Bill Paxton plays basically a knockoff Jimmy Buffett guy. When he has his hit single, his hit song is Pina Colada Berg. Cheeseburgers in paradise. Pirate Looks at 40 is a great Buffett song. The company also routinely denied workers the chance to pick up extra shifts, leaving them in voluntary and part-time status. I'm confused. Like, you don't get to just, the company tells you you're part-time, you're part-time. You don't get to say, I want to be full-time and give me more shifts. I don't get it. Hey, what's up, Greg? Love you too, buddy. Thanks for being here. Jim can sing good. No, not really. My voice sucks. The agreement with New York comes as Starbucks union continues a nationwide strike at dozens of locations that began last month. The number of affected stores and the strike's impact remains in dispute by the two sides. Wasting away again in Margaritaville, looking for my zipper's gone. Lovely days, but I know there's no place at all. Starbucks to pay $35 million to New York City workers. Well, it's 30, maybe the 38.5. Maybe that's going to the lawyers. So we saw this. So about 15,000 workers are going to get paid. Same thing in the AP. And then we got this story, another story coming out that Steve Witkoff, President Donald J. Trump special envoy, is to meet with Putin on December 2nd. Now, I wonder if that's December 2nd Russia time, because if it is, they could be meeting right now as we speak, having a meeting, because it's tomorrow over there. Right now. It's tomorrow over there. Yeah, the U.S. Special Envoy trip follows talks between Washington and Kiev in Florida over the weekend. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is scheduled to meet with President Vladimir Putin in Moscow on December 2nd. I tried to watch the movie Soylent Green on YouTube. It came up on autoplay, but I gave a few minutes and editing. It was in the editing was getting to my brain. Yes, the meeting with Witkoff is indeed planned for tomorrow. He himself mentioned this yesterday. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told reporters on December 1st. According to Russian state news agency TASS, the president will also have several closed-door meetings today in preparation for tomorrow's Russia-U.S. contacts. I remember most of my classmates in high school went to see Soylent Green and talked about it a lot. No, I think those classmates went to see a movie called Behind the Green Door, not Soylent Green. Witkoff and Putin met last month in August. Russian ambassador at large Rodion Mirosnik said that the departure of the Ukrainian president of Volodymyr Zelensky's chief of staff, Andriy Yermak. Can I sing Over the Hills and Far Away? Not really. Linda Lovelace. Somebody got that joke. So the corruption probe in Kiev is unlikely to have a negative impact on discussions. Zelensky said on November 28th, noting that Yermak had resigned following a home search by anti-corruption investigators. Government investigators in Kiev are examining an alleged $100 million corruption scheme involving Ukraine's energy sector, which has fueled fresh public anger at Kiev's wartime government. Nope. Marilyn Chambers, actually. It was Marilyn Chambers, wasn't it? See what's happening behind the green door. Although neither Zelensky nor Yermak had been accused of any wrongdoing, I'm accusing both Zelensky and Yermak of wrongdoing right now. I'm accusing both of you. You're doing wrong. The Ukrainian president's political opponents have pushed for more accountability of senior leaders in his government. Yermak's withdrawal is unlikely to have a negative impact on the negotiation process, Russian outlet Istiavia reported Mirshenk saying on December 1st. For 6 years, while he was participating in the Minsk, Normandy, and other formats, Yermak was constantly playing a game aimed at breaking down negotiations. Marilyn Chambers has a very large chamber. Behind the green door was Marilyn Chambers right after she became Miss Ivory Snow. Okay. Wasn't it Linda that was running through Central Park? Oh my. Oh my. Lol. Mirshenk and said Yermak was presenting the appearance of trying to end the war while failing to deliver results and effectively enabling the continuation of war. My laughter was for seeing Over the Hills and Far Away. Over the hills and far away, to grandmother's house we go. La 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 la. I know he means the Zeppelin song. I'm just fucking around. I could probably sing it if I had the music and everything. It's just I don't know I don't have the words memorized. I got to hear the song and then the words start coming. Oh, the hills are alive with the sound of music. Isn't that wasn't that the one play that was everyone's light that was came out of Germany? Like right at the sound of music was that? I don't know. I'm going down tracks. My brain is. In this case, the crisis unfolding in Ukraine provides certain additional opportunities for the country to choose a more pragmatic path rather than continuing to serve the West, which orchestrates Kiev's actions now. Yes. Oh, that's over the river and through the woods. Oh, yeah. I miss the singing cows. Moo, 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 moo. The sound of music. Jim isn't getting the joke. Yeah, over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. Yeah, I know that it's anyway. It looks. I took it different, like way far away. Oh, I get it now. You're telling me to go sing over the hill and far away. Go away and don't sing around here. We need more cowbell in here. I now I get it. Now I got the joke. Marjorie made me get the joke. I got the joke. I'll stop singing. Morshink's comments came ahead of Zelensky arriving in Paris for further talks with French President Emmanuel Macron, the Ukrainian leader's second visit to France in as many weeks. Giving his assessment of the discussions between the representatives and Kiev, the United States, in Florida over the weekend, Zelensky said in December 1 post on X that everything was constructive. There are some tough issues that we still have to be worked through. Our representatives will return to Europe in the coming days. After speaking with them and receive a full report on how the negotiations went, we will decide on our further activities. And for today, we will talks have planned with our friends in Europe. It will be a substantive day. Diplomacy. Cowbell, lowrider, in a lowrider. Ukraine's going down, down, down. In an earlier post, Ukrainian president said it had been partially briefed on the progress of the talks by the head of Ukraine's delegation, but was still waiting to receive a full report. He also thanked the United States U.S. President Donald J. Trump's team and the Trump president personally for the time that is being invested so intensely in defining the steps to end the war. Following a meeting with Ukrainian officials on November 30th, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told reporters that progress has been made in reaching an end game to the war. It's not just about the terms that ends the fighting, he said. It's also about the terms that set up Ukraine for long-term prosperity. I think we're built on that today, and I think there's more work to be done. And I think that at some point they're going to have an election, and Zelensky's going to have to go to prison. I can't believe he said all that. Before the talks ended, Rubio said he expected the Trump administration to make even more progress. The end goal, obviously, is not just the end of the war. It's also about securing an end to the war that leaves Ukraine sovereign and independent and with a better president than this cokehead that keeps stealing all the money. Also involved in the discussions were Witkoff and Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law. Speaking about the efforts to end the war, Trump told reporters that Rubio and company were doing pretty well with the negotiations. Yeah, keeping Zelensky out of D.C. was probably a net positive. Ukraine's got some difficult little problems. We've got some difficult problems, but I think Russia would like to see it end, and I also know Ukraine would like to see it end, Trump said. I think there's a good chance we can make a deal. Let's make a deal. Behind door number 1, you have Russia. Behind door number 2, you have Russia. Which door are you going to pick? Witkoff to meet with Putin this week. That's from Just the News, Fox News.
Top Trump envoy Steve Witkoff is heading to Moscow next week. Top Trump envoy Steve Witkoff is heading to Moscow next week. There, he will speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin, who says he's ready for serious talks about ending the war. Foreign correspondent Trey Yinks has the report from Tel Aviv.
Julie, good afternoon. With peace talks underway, the Trump administration hopes to end the Russia-Ukraine war by the end of the year. President Trump confirmed that his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, is set to travel to Moscow next week to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. The high-stakes talks come after working groups gathered early this week in the UAE to hammer out details of an agreement.
We're having good talks. We started with Russia. We're having some talks with Russia. Ukraine is doing well. I think they're pretty happy about it. They'd like to see it end. And we won't know for a little while, but we're making progress.
On the Ukrainian side, cautious optimism was expressed by a number of officials who appear confident about the possibility of a deal that would include extensive security guarantees. Top officials say they hope a meeting will take place in Washington to hammer out the final details of the peace plan.
Yes, the Ukrainian side is interested in contact at the highest level in a meeting between President Zelensky and U.S. President Donald Trump, because there are questions, the most sensitive, which can only be discussed at the highest level.
Russian President Putin weighed in with similar positivity, but he continues to order large-scale drone and missile attacks into Ukraine that killed multiple civilians this week alone.
I'll be happy to inform you about the direction of achieving acceptable and sought-after results for us in Ukraine by peaceful means. I know you are keeping track of it and you are always concerned about it. You are one of the people who strives for this conflict to be over.
We do expect more developments this weekend as the Americans work toward building a lasting peace in Ukraine.
That's right, lasting peace.
Trey Yingst, thank you.
Let's bring in Morgan Murphy, former senior advisor to Special Envoy for Ukraine, Keith Kellogg. He's also running as a Republican for the Senate in the great state of Alabama. Let me just ask you flat out, are you surprised that there seems to be sort of 2 steps forward, 2 steps back as it relates to what's happening over in Ukraine? Do you expect anything will ultimately be pushed over the fence?
Am I the only one noticing that this guy's hair, this guy from Fox's hair, it's like extremely like it looks so straight, it's fake. Like it's a cap that they put, a hair cap they put on his head. Oh my God. Yeah, Russia will end the war. What are they talking about? Yeah, Russia is the only one that can end the war. Danos says that I love going by my sisters to be with her and her kids and grandkids, but our chef started drinking at 5 a.m., not my sister, and passed out at 8. My great nephew took over. Are you saying, at first I thought you were making a joke that you started drinking, but then you said here that either I'm in charge of Christmas or I'll buy the imported Italian stuff for my great nephew to cook pizzas outside. Had fun though. I'm very interested. It's paint. You think the hair is painted on? That's what I'm saying. It looks fake as shit. So,
Finish line this week or perhaps in the next couple of weeks.
Oh, I'm very optimistic. And I think that most Americans on this Thanksgiving Day should be grateful that we have a commander-in-chief who seeks peace. Do you realize the significance of what President Trump has managed to accomplish here, and even just the discussions? Steve Witkoff is going over there, and note there are 2 major concessions going on. One is Ukraine is going to be neutral, it looks like, and not join NATO.
All right, so I just want to point out, too, that this guy is running for Senate of Alabama. So the trip comes between peace talks and blah, 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 blah. They described it as very productive. We already read all this stuff, so I just wanted to play a little bit of that so we can get through it. And then this story. Oh, man, this is a story. This is a story. This is some intrigue here, man. You were talking to Dawn? Oh, okay, sorry. All right. I thought, I was like, what's going on? 8, bless your great nephew. I got pizza. Yeah. If I was Putin, I'd just take all of Ukraine at this point. If they wanted all of Ukraine, they could take it. I've been on both sides. Mean Mr. Booze is a bad hombre. Yes, it is. Yes. Implants. Oh, no. Cartel's betrayal deepens. El Chapo's son set for a guilty plea in U.S. courts. Could this be? Is there finally cracks forming in the Sinaloa cartel? El Guapo. The notorious drug lord known as Joaquin El Chapo Guzman is set to plead guilty in the U.S. federal court in a stunning turn that could shatter cartel alliances and expose ties to Mexico's political elite. Joaquin El Moreno Guzman Lopez, arrested in 2024 during a betrayal operation against Sinaloa kingpin Ishmael El Mayo Zambada. Oh, El Mayo. That means is expected to cooperate with U.S. law enforcement, a move that threatens to unleash cartel secrets at the highest levels of power. He's going to sing. Yes, he's going to sing. A court document filed on Friday in U.S. federal court notes that Joaquin El Moreno Guzman Lopez has a scheduled hearing for a Monday morning before a U.S. District Judge for the Northern District of Illinois, Sharon Johnson Coleman. Now, you might ask, you might ask yourself, why would all of these cases against the cartel be happening in Illinois, the Northern District of Illinois, which entails Chicago? You might ask yourself, the Mayo, the white boy. He was white. He was a very white guy, El Mayo. He operated the shrimp boats in Michoacan, if I'm not mistaken. And he basically, after the original cartel broke up, which was run by Gallego, and the guy after they killed what's his name, Kiki Moreno, something like that. Kiki Camarena, the DEA agent, Kiki Camarena. After they killed Kiki Camarena, and they got cracked down that portion of the actual original Sinaloa cartel, the original cartel that controlled all of Mexico, one cartel. It got broke up into other sections of smaller cartels, Tijuana, Juarez, the Gulf, different places, Sinaloa, and then El Chapo and El Mayo teamed up to fight with Tijuana. I think it was Tijuana, or maybe it was the Lord. What's his name? The guy that was the Lord of the Skies. And anyway, point being that El Mayo's been involved in the cartel since years, 20 years, 30 years, like head top dude, and just always stayed. Like, one might think maybe he was the person pointing people to other directions or doing something. Maybe. The new filing, but anyway, the reason it's Chicago, that was my point. The reason it's Chicago is because for over 25 years, the cartel has controlled all the drugs in and out of Chicago, basically. All the cocaine comes into Chicago and then goes out like a web from Chicago. Yeah, for the CIA. There you go. The latest move revealed that Guzman Lopez is expected to plead guilty for numerous federal charges. Breitbart first reported that authorities arrested Guzman in July 2024 at an airstrip near El Paso, along with infamous Sinaloa cartel kingpin Ishmael El Mayo Zambada. Despite rising tensions between Zambada and the Guzman families, they had been considered allies and business partners who ran the Sinaloa cartel. The arrest was done as part of Operation while El Chapo's son had lured El Mayo to a meeting where his gunmen were able to overpower the kingpin and where Guzman Lopez and an unknown pilot flew Zambada to the waiting hands of U.S. law enforcement. The perceived betrayal of Zambada by Lopez and his brothers, known as the Los Chapitos, eventually led to a fierce turf war that fractured the Sinaloa cartel into two main factions that have been at war since. Guzman Lopez's expected plea could force the young drug lord to reveal delicate information about Mexico's political elite, which have been a top ally to the Sinaloa cartel. So the president of Mexico. Oh, the president of Mexico. Might be getting some problems. Lucy, you got some training to do. You got some explaining to do, Lucy. The son of a drug lord, El Chapo, pleads guilty to U.S. trafficking case and plea deal. Trump is going after Mexico. There's something going on. Like, this guy must have already been working with the feds, that he had a deal set up to bring El Mayo and turn him over to them. Joaquin Guzman Lopez pleaded guilty to 2 counts of drug trafficking and continuing criminal enterprise. He expected to avoid life in prison. Security was tight at Chicago's federal courthouse ahead of the hearing. So I think old Scheinbaum is going to have some troubles, because they're going to roll on Scheinbaum and the rest of them. Yeah, look, What do you know? ABC 7, son of El Chapo to change to not guilty plea in Chicago drug trafficking case. So he's going to change from not guilty to guilty. How hard would it be for the U.S. to take over Mexico? I mean, the hardest part would be the population, the populace. If the people of Mexico, the Mexican people didn't care, it wouldn't be hard at all. The military, Mexico's military could defeat in 24 hours, maybe 48 hours tops. They would be done. I mean, the Mexican military would fall just as fast as Iraq fell, maybe faster. Let me see it. Let me see if there's a video here.
One of the sons of the notorious Mexican drug lord El Chapo could enter a guilty plea Monday. Joaquin Guzman Lopez previously pled not guilty in the drug trafficking case, but a change of plea hearing has been set for Monday afternoon. Another son of El Chapo, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, pled guilty to drug trafficking charges in July.
Wow.
Everybody's getting ready to gather around and just start cutting the cake, and all we heard was gunshots.
Now at 5:30, her child's birthday party became the scene of a deadly mass shooting in Stockton. That mother speaking out for the first time. Tonight, we are learning new details about what happened inside that children's birthday party that became a deadly mass shooting Saturday night.
4 people died, including 3 children. Tonight, the mother who hosted that party for her 2-year-old is speaking out.
I actually thought it was my balloons popping. It was gunshots. And everybody just fell to the ground. It was just unexpected.
What's that tattoo on her neck, you think? What does that tattoo on her neck mean, you think? Why would you have drill rappers come and perform at your kid's birthday party? Anyone have any ideas, explanation for that? Drill rappers are notoriously violent. They're constantly killing each other. It just
I don't
seems
know what
weird.
happened. I'm a mother of 3. So for me to see kids on the floor and just bleeding and I can't help them.
The police looking for leads in hopes of finding the gunman responsible. Reporter Gabe Ferris from our sister station, KFSN, has the latest tonight.
Mark and Michelle, 2 days after this shooting now, we've learned that it happened at a toddler's birthday party. The shots rang out just as family members prepared to cut the cake. Today, a growing memorial marks the scene of a mass shooting in Stockton, California that left 4 people dead and 11 others wounded.
I'm just bringing some love and some support for the families here that have lost their loved ones.
The gunfire erupted in this building at a child's birthday party Saturday night. The victims who died were just 8, 9, 14, and 21 years old. A newly created GoFundMe page identifies the 14-year-old as Amari Peterson. His aunt shares he was a football and basketball player with a bright future, and that his only mistake was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Authorities now trying to track down whoever is responsible for the attack.
Our investigators have not stopped. They are going through every single lead. Leads are pouring in. Information is pouring in from the community.
Investigators cleared the scene late Sunday. And today, as we approached, we saw this, a birthday cup still filled with a drink. It is a reminder of what started as a celebration.
They staged that.
It touches my heart deeply that Stockton is in this.
They staged that. They fucking staged that. Get out of here. You staged that. You staged that. This just started playing. I didn't want to stop it. I didn't, so rival gang. Cousin Dookie knows who done it. That's right. Who the heck would, what we want with Mexico, we would immediately be expected to feed a whole population down there. Man, think of all the very good vacation land down there, like places with good weather. Man, Mexico's got the, can't say they didn't know there was a feud brewing. Even if they catch the murderers, they will not execute them. That's right. It was grape drank. That's right. That's a prison troon's neck tat. Yeah. So I'd say they got the shooter. They did. Okay, good to know. Good to know. All right. Now on to this story, which I thought was so funny. So funny. Pete Hegseth points out that if you want something for your Christmas gift list, you have a classic Franklin story. Franklin targets narco-terrorists. Which, look, that's so cool, right? The picture, right? It's like, yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of problems with the picture. There's community notes and stuff about it, but they're basically like, well, he's got an RPG. That's a Russian weapon. The U.S. doesn't use RPGs. They would use something else, and that the backblast from the RPG would cause a problem in the helicopter and stuff because they can't meme. The left just can't meme, so they have to come up with stuff. But Pete Hegseth had an answer for them. He said, "Here you go. Get this. Keep crying." He's not. as far as he's concerned, take Franklin and have a nice day. And then not to be outdone, not to be outdone, Data Republican had this made with Grok, which this is great. You could do this with Grok now. So great how the gun changed from, look at still the end of the gun is there and it's all bent around, and look at his face. That's classic AI, man. Classic AI. They're probably investigating all the local known MAGA affiliates. Yeah. Burritos that don't make your ass wide. I don't know. There was only one shooter. Family who votes for politicians let criminals go and illegals roam the street. There are consequences. Yeah. The infrastructure is the issue in Mexico. Yeah, we could fix the infrastructure. We could fix the infrastructure pretty easily. It wouldn't take long to get it up to our standards. It really wouldn't. Stockton is a rough town. Yeah, I know. There's always those battles between that biker gang, the Sons of Anarchy, and the Mayans, always battling in Stockton. And then the other people too. What was the name of the Niners? The Niners. The PF's DSOM. You can hear things going left to right, getting closer. That's thanks to stereo. Works best with headphones. Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's it's actually too for Thaddeus. If you don't, there's oh my God. Gabriel. Peter Gabriel? Not Peter Gabriel. Son of a bitch. The guitar player for Pink Floyd that is on his own. He's put some stuff out that's set up for, I can't think of how, my mind is blanking on his name. I worked in Stockton, and it was traumas all night. In other words, N-word fucks-aided. Yes. I thought they were Filipino. No. I'm sure everyone will be joking about it in 2 or 3 more Thanksgiving. It just needs time to breathe. Oh, okay. Never mind. It's the wrong thing. Hi, all. Great to see more angry I can get tonight. Rachel Boone, it's great to be here. Great to be here. Who had Barnes basically agreeing with Destiny on zapping narco-terrorists on their bingo card? Well, we were all laughing then. David Gilmour. David Gilmour. Yes, David Gilmour. It's called The Orb. He's got a band. I think it's called The Orb. And it's a CD that's set up for surround. Like they did it so that you put headphones on and listen to it, and it sounds like you're immersed in stuff. It's really good. Are we fixing our own infrastructure? No, we're not fixing our own infrastructure. But we would have to fix theirs. Yes, David Gilmour. Not Roger Waters. No, I got Roger Waters' new album too, but David Gilmour was working with some band called or something called The Orb. It's called The Orb. Oh, we got this Shooter's Post. David Gilmour is the guitarist for Pink Floyd. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Phil says, not surprising because Barnes is an idiot on a lot of things. Yes. Let me pull this up. Let me get this post about the shooter. The shitter. Let me get the post about the shitter. Why would I want to install the X app? No. All right, we'll do this real quick. Breaking 209 times exclusive. Yeah, Roger Waters rubs you the wrong way, but Gilmour's still fun. Yeah. Yeah, Gilmour's still fun. He still does some stuff. Like he did something called The Night to Remember or something like that, I think. A good album, a good video thing you can watch of him playing a bunch of good songs with the laser light show and everything. Oh, look at Bella. It's on her belly, on her back. Nanner nose. There she is. You see her belly. So 2 of the individuals believed to have been the targets in the mass shooting at the child's birthday party in Stockton have been taken into custody for parole violations. Billy D. Williams and Dougie, a.k.a. Dougie, and Luciano Guerrero, a.k.a. Nano, who is the host of the party, are currently being held in the San Joaquin County Jail without bail. This is a developing story. Stay tuned. Loved, I don't like Mondays. She looks pregnant. No, she's not. Hey, what's up? We'll call Magic. Great to see ya. Howdy, how you doing? I thought they had strict gun laws in California. Why so many shootings? Showing trust or just hot? I don't know. Talking about Bella? Has Bella been working out? Good evening. So inmate Billy D. Williams, 24-hour visiting lobby, in custody, open charges. Bail not allowed. Felony parole violation. And Guerrero Luciano, 5'11", 150. And this other guy, Billy Williams, is 6'5", 187. They're definitely in protective custody, Democrat household. I don't think that's the shooter though. They're not showing if they white or not, but I would say that Billy D. Williams, 6'5", 187 pounds. Gun laws don't matter. One can still get guns illegally. Well, dude, that's why only gangbangers get them. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, only gangbangers that break the law can get the guns. Hey, what's up? Kelly's here. How you doing? Good evening. Great to see you. So that's the post that he had said so. All right. This says, liberals are losing their minds tonight after Secretary Ward posted this. Franklin targets narco-terrorists. Pete knows it's going to upset them because they support narco-terrorists. I stand with Pete Hegseth. Yeah, see? And then Brick Suit says, if you're wondering why Franklin is all over your feed today, here is the Patient Zero source post from Maverick Darby. Check out his account for tons more, including my fave about the border. Franklin defends the border with force. What do you know? That's awesome, ain't it? That was the first one of these ever made. Yeah, it was meant as parody. And the liberal, that's why the saying about, the left can't meme, because they take everything literally. Yeah. Liberals love frogs. Oh, they're turning the frogs gay. I don't know why. Hey, Woodtick Mike, great to see you. Belly rub time. Yes, it is. Here's some other good ones from Maverick Derby. If you haven't checked this guy out, wait a minute. What happened? Now, here's some new ones. The new series is phenomenal. Franklin defends the border with force. Franklin defends the library. Look at this. This is awesome. Pride. Ooh, Franklin defends the library. That's a great one. I like this one. Look, he looks like he's getting ready to start laying down the law. He really does. Yeah. And then Franklin explains what Fauci deserves. He's got, look at that. The Iron Maiden. He's got a rack. Wow. And then this Franklin questions Ketanji Brown Jackson's credentials. You're a fraud. oh, that's funny stuff, man. He's a good guy. Hard. And then this one he goes hard like this one. Franklin is the kind of tired sleep won't fix. Smoking a cigarette. Mm-hmm. No, this is one. Franklin defends the library. Yeah. Based Franklin. Can you do Franklin explains what a woman is? Hey, Grok, what does the Franklin seriously originate? Why did these memes are so funny after all the LGBTQ book propaganda that released during the Biden administration? What have you got yourself into, Jim? What are you talking about? You guys didn't see that? The progressive left Soviet demon rats are going nuts about this. It's like Pete Hegseth kicked the red ant mound. They're now running around trying to bite everyone. The lethal strikes on the drug cartel boats is no different than strikes ordered in the past against Al-Qaeda, ISIS, or any other terrorist group. We have attacked and killed terrorist enablers, finance chiefs, and other unarmed terrorist members since before the war on terror. The Marxist Dems, led by Captain Kelly, are now working to create hate, chaos, and discontent in the ranks of the military. This cannot stand. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. Live chat. Let's see. 68. Hey, we're at 98 likes. 140 people watching, 98 likes. We still get that up a little bit there. And let's see. We got 56 minutes left in the goal. 56 minutes left. And we are $59 away from the first initial hour. We've been going for an hour and 45 minutes. So I started the goal a little late, so no matter what, you're going to get at least 2 hours and 45 minutes if I decide to cut it off exactly at that point. Yeah, liberals are losing their minds over defeat Hegseth. Yeah, they are. They're losing their minds. And here's a story from the National Desk. It says, Hegseth's post about fighting narco-terrorists using Franklin children's book. Secretary of War posted about fighting narco-terrorists using the classic Franklin children's books. Franklin the Turtle is a book series for children written by Canadian writer Paulette Bourgeois for your Christmas list. Last week, Hegseth posted a picture of Franklin the Turtle with the gun shooting at a boat that had narco-terrorists on it. The image titled Franklin Targets Narco-Terrorists. Yeah, it's very interesting. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I will donate myself membership gifting. I will send 5 gifted memberships now myself, just because that's the type of person I am. And I will say that Lawrence Chin, 86601, received a membership. Bill Marchetto, 6930, received a membership. Pell L received a gifted membership. DJ Gravy Mix received a gifted membership. And Dirt Cheap, 1776, received a gifted membership. So get that going. And as a matter of fact, I will go again, and I will gift another 5 because I get to give 10 away for free every month. So I will give another 5. And Shea Eisenman received a gifted membership. Good Logic received a gifted membership. Look at that. Eric Rugradon received a gifted membership. Good Logic, Jana Bell, and Hoppy Hop received a gifted membership from me. Jim tells you. That's how you gift some memberships. Mm-hmm. Hegseth captioned a post for your Christmas list. The author of the book, Bourgeois, has not responded to a request for comment. Yeah, nice. Yeah, nice, Jim. Good Logic. Yeah, Good Logic got a free one. Got Joe. I got him. You know, it's strange. I'm going to have to ask him how come he's not a member himself. Why? California Democrat Rep. Sarah Jacobs over the weekend tweeted Hegseth's post with her own version of the picture, and instead it read, Franklin is a war criminal. Oh, Franklin is a war criminal. She couldn't even do it correctly. She just scribbled it out and wrote war criminal. So she's claiming that they're committing war crimes. So that's what the Democrats are talking about. So the Democrats are accusing the military of committing war crimes, is what they're doing. They're basically threatening to go after our military if they follow orders. That's what they're doing. That is what's happening. Bourgeois must be a right-winger. I'm sure she's fine with it. I fixed it for you, she wrote. The U.S. Southern Command has conducted multiple military strikes in the Caribbean against narco-terrorists. At least 21 strikes have been reported on such vessels. U.S. Southern Command has confirmed on social media that the intelligence found that the vessels struck were involved in illicit narcotic smuggling and carrying narcotics. Yep, got to get it getting green. It's going green. It's going green. It was reported in October that the CIA has been given more authority to conduct lethal operations in Venezuela. The goal is reportedly to get Venezuelan President Maduro out of power. Last month, President Donald Trump also hinted at possible military action against Venezuela, saying he isn't ruling out sending troops on the ground. What's progress at Gundam Zig? What's progress? Wait a minute. Why do I not have... How did that happen? Where did my Rumble go? How did my Rumble get... That is weird. My Rumble chat is missing. That is messed up. All right. Did you count the gift memberships towards the goal? I don't count my gifted memberships toward the goal. I gifted those memberships. Why would I count my gifted memberships towards the goal? Lawmakers to launch a review of the U.S. follow-up strike on the boat. Yeah, we'll see. There was no follow-up strike. And this is the Hill. I don't see the half the chat on the TV. I see it on my phone. Good Logic is a lurker. Yeah, Hex has jokes about boat strikes. So here, I think there's going to be Trump talking about it. What is going on?
Tell us more about why the airspace above Venezuela should be considered closed.
Because we consider Venezuela to be not a very friendly country. They sent millions of people, really, and probably a number in excess of that. And a lot of those people shouldn't be in our country, from jails, from gangs, from drug dealers, from all of the people that came into our country shouldn't have been in our country, causing a lot of problems.
Does your warning
and drugs.
Does your warning mean that an airstrike is imminent, or should we not read it that way?
Don't read anything into it.
The New York Times reported that you had a phone call with Maduro. Did you?
I don't want to comment on it. The answer is yes.
And can you tell us a little bit
No,
about
I can't do that.
Mr. Would you say it went well?
I wouldn't say it went well or badly. It was a phone call. Yeah.
You think so?
Can you talk a little bit about the strikes and the controversy around Secretary Lansky said?
I don't know anything about it. He said he did not say that, and I believe him 100%.
You don't know if there was
You're talking about the two men?
The second strike to kill the two men.
No, he said he didn't do it. He said he never said
Would
it.
you be okay with that if he did?
He said he didn't do it, so I don't have to make that decision.
On the Venezuela boat strike, if there were a second strike that killed wounded people wounded in the first strike, are you thinking
number one,
that would be legal?
Number one, I don't know that happened. And Pete said he did not want them. He didn't even know what people were talking about. So we'll look into it. But no, I wouldn't have wanted that. Not a second strike. The first strike was very lethal. It was fine, and if there were two people around, but Pete said that didn't happen.
Does that make you?
I have great confidence.
Yeah, he said it didn't happen. He has great confidence. So that's what. And then Marjorie says that she only sees half the chat on the TVs on her phone. The reason is on your TV when you hit show the chat, it's top chat, not all chat or live chat. Live chat is everybody's post. Top chat is Google's algorithm picks chats, and some chats they just don't put in there. That's top chat. And that's why never be on top chat. Always be on all chat or live chat or whatever it is, so you see everything in the order it's posted. And then, hey, Jim, did you count those beers you paid for as money I was supposed to give you? Was I supposed to do that? I'm sorry, Lightning. Where was the money you're supposed to give me, though? I would take the money and not have the beers. Most streamers don't give out their free gift memberships. Thanks, Jim. No problem. I try to give them out every month. One order was given: destroy the vessel. Destroy the vessel. Yes. War crime, shooting boats in open ocean at drug dealers. I call it legal piracy. Black sails. That's right. Hank is a. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Hank. With that, we are now just $53 away. Just $53 away, folks, from an additional hour of the show. Wouldn't you guys want this to continue on for another hour? Get another hour of show? We're just $53 away. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. You need a lawyer who'll sue Google for me. Okay. My birthday's tomorrow, Tuesday. I've been so busy with other things to realize it. Well, happy birthday. Happy early birthday. And I will try to remember to say happy birthday to you tomorrow on the stream when it is your birthday. Progress I was referring to, GZ Chat audit found a third of CDLs in Minnesota were issued illegally. Duffy sent a letter requiring they fix or else. I saw a story that they sent letters to like half of all the truck driving school companies in the country. Like they said, more than half of the truck driving schools are not following the law, and they're going to revoke their accreditation. And basically, that anybody who got a license from them, they're going to automatically revoke, their licenses. Mark says Top Chat is censored chat. That is correct. Never use Top Chat. Never use Top Chat. Just how far do they think morons think drug runners can swim? It isn't Tuesday yet, but happy birthday in advance, Lady Bama. Yeah, no option for TV all chat on phone. That's right. Yeah, thanks, buddy. You're welcome, Pike. What's up? Pike Bishop, great to be here. Thanks. Nice seeing you. Yeah. How do you spend all the holidays alone doing the same thing I did yesterday? Home sweet home with weed. Wow. Yeah, that's awesome. Still Monday, 9:48 p.m. here. Well, it's 10:49 right now, so if we're still going, I will remember to say happy birthday. I will sing. If we get an extra hour, let's see, we started at 9, that'd be 10, 11, 12. So if we're still going an hour from now, if we get an extra hour, if we're still going, all right, I will sing happy birthday. Yes, I will sing happy birthday to Lady Bama if we get an extra hour when it becomes her actual birthday. Crabs love drug smugglers. Yes, their favorite food. It's been a minute. Yes, it has. Woodtick Mike, thanks. Forgot to repost when heard Jim lost us in a sock drawer. I didn't lose you in a sock drawer. What are you talking about? I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm right here. Where are you guys? You guys never do nothing.
I don't know. I'm going to find out about it, but Pete said he did not order the death of those two men.
Do you have any concerns about how those boat strikes have been carried out at all?
Very little, because you can see the boats, you can see the drugs in the boats, and each boat is responsible for killing 25,000 Americans. So and they're doing an amazing job. And you just look at the numbers. The amount of drugs coming into our country by sea is infinitesimal compared to what it was just a few months ago.
On immigration,
and each boat, think of this, each boat on average is responsible for the death of 25,000 Americans.
Wow, that's a lot of death. That's a lot of death. And they got Senator, why does this Grok thing keep fucking coming up? Stop it. It's starting to piss me off. Senator Mark Kelly's now basically threatening service members to defy President Trump's orders or else face potential prosecutions when Democrats are back in power. This is seeding the ground for a third world style military seizure of a civil authority. That's right. My baby girls are from Ukraine. Sitting on a sack of seed. Okay, cool.
You can certainly go to the
judge, advocate generals, the lawyers, and have a discussion about it. If you don't have time, you just say simply, I'm not going to do that. That's against the law.
It puts a lot of burden on the troops to make a decision in real time.
It puts a tremendous amount of burden on officers in the military, but that is their responsibility. And they can figure out, a reasonable person can tell something that is legal and something that is illegal.
So would you refuse these specific orders to strike drug boats if you were still in uniform?
Well, the difference between the initial strike and what is being reported, as a second strike, and those things are different. I think this administration has tied themselves in knots, the explanations that we have received on how this is all legal. And I was saying weeks ago, my concern is with the service members, that we're going to
wait a minute. So he did not say, he's not saying, he's trying to have both ways. He's saying, these strikes, I've been saying for weeks, these strikes are illegal. So you're saying these strikes are illegal. No, I'm not talking about the all strikes. I'm talking about this second strike, that if it's true about being reported, that could be illegal. This is a fucking game they're playing, and he just talked himself into a prison cell, in my opinion. In my humble opinion. Hey, E. Dungarian, great to see you. Hope you're all well. Hope you're well, too. Kelly is running for president. Yeah, he's not going to be president. Yeah. They fired the military commanders who refused the orders to get the vaccine. That's right. It's going to be Tuesday in Jersey in 54 minutes. No, it's not. It's 10:53 right now. And so that means an hour and 7 minutes. Yeah, then why are courts having to make those decisions if it's layman law? Yeah. He's like, just refuse the orders. If you're not sure, just refuse the orders. That's actually not what the UCMJ says, buddy. You might want to read it. It says all orders are presumed to be legal. Unless you know for a fact it's an unconstitutional order or a legal order, you have to follow it. Not blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Individuals in a really, really tough decision, in a tough place. And, they may find out, down the road that they did something that is illegal. It is not fair to them. That's why we need presidents and Secretary of Defense who understand the Constitution, who understand the rule of law, and have more respect for the Constitution and the country and service members than the whims of a...
Oh, so he wants a different president. He wants to overthrow the president. That's what he wants, to overthrow the president. Yeah. Sounds like to me like it's a coup. General Milley should have been court-martialed for sharing intelligence with Communist China, refusing to take action and consequences. That's right. He's not their commander-in-chief. That's right. He's not. This guy needs to go to fucking jail. Yeah. Him and his brother. Yeah. Think about how dangerous this is. This Democrat U.S. Senator is going on national TV and telling military members, including 18-year-old enlistees, to ignore orders from the president and his Secretary of Defense they're supposed to determine are illegal. Was Obama's order to drone strike American citizens, including a child, illegal, Senator Mark Kelly? Is your presidential ambitions worth more than destruction of the chain of command? Your puppet master, Alex Soros, must be very proud of you. Here's Kelly exactly admitting that. That's what he's doing right now. We just watched it. Mm-hmm. Kelly's laws are illegitimate. Yeah. Send him to Mars. In my opinion, he should have been recalled and court-martialed. They're looking at it already. As far as I know, they better be. It's not illegal today. They cannot be charged when they did illegal action. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have a law about retroactive prosecutions. Saw a post claiming Kelly participated in a double tap during Operation Desert Storm. I wonder if Kelly participated in the Highway of Death. Does anybody know about the Highway of Death, where they just kept schwacking all the people fleeing, trying to run away? In civilian vehicles. They were in a lot of them were in civilian vehicles trying to escape Kuwait. I mean, granted, they were military people, but they were trying to escape back home. And basically, we cut them off and we schwacked thousands of people and destroyed everything. A lot of them weren't in military vehicles. They were in civilian vehicles. Just saying. A lot of people. Just Google the Highway of Death if you want. I can't decide if I should order some seeds on sale right now or not. Sale's expiring in an hour. Well, he needs to return to space. There's a story. I want to see if I have it here. I think... And Senator Eric Schmidt just blew the whistle on the elected Democrats fomenting a color revolution. After urging sedition, threatening prosecution if they take power, he's spot on. This is the language of a color revolution where you're calling on the military men and women to disobey orders, and put that on top of the firebombing of Tesla dealerships, the riots you see in the streets, the critical prosecution of a political opponent. Democrats have completely lost the plot. And the American people, I think they see that, but it's a very dangerous road we're on. Yeah, they have more anonymous sources. They were using the A-10 over and over on Highway 82. It was brutal. The highway of death is still radioactive. So they used a lot of depleted uranium rounds. Yeah, it basically had to come down. Like what happened was Schwarzkopf and those people, they were good with it. It came all the way to like somebody in the White House, I think, saw some video or something of it and went, whoa, 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 stop. And that's basically when Bush was like, no, stop. No, stop. It's too much. Were any of those people prosecuted?
We'll point out, though, Harris, one of the crazy things that happened over the weekend, the Democrats, elected Democrats, not some online troll, elected Democrats have been saying it's okay to disobey orders. That's the first step. But what we saw happen this weekend through some of those same elected officials was to say basically to military men and women, look out, you might get prosecuted. This is not the language of we'll beat them in the next election or we'll win the argument. This is the language of a color revolution where you're calling on military men and women to disobey orders, and you put that on top of the firebombing of Tesla dealerships, the riots you see in the streets, the prosecution of a political opponent. The Democrats have completely lost the plot here, and the American people, I think, see that. But it's a very dangerous road to go down here to say you should be disobeying orders because we don't like Trump. We'll point out, though, Harris, one of the crazy things that happened over the weekend, the Democrats, elected Democrats, not some online troll, elected Democrats have been saying it's okay to disobey orders. That's the first step. But what we saw happen this weekend through some of those same...
Sorry about that. Yeah, so that's that. And then we got this. Stephen Miller said, who was impeached or prosecuted for war crimes over this? Newly declassified video shows U.S. killing of 10 civilians in drone strike. Am I having trouble seeing the Rumble chat? No, why? Oh, I didn't. You got to tell me. Sharks caught in the Gulf area now testing positive for cocaine. Awesome. Thank you, Woodtick Mike. Thank you, Woodtick Mike. Thank you, Woodtick Mike. You have to tell me, lock them up. You have to tell me, Woodtick Mike, when you post something, when there's a Rumble rant, someone's got to tell me. Rumble rants don't show up in StreamYard, only regular Rumble chats. Rumble rants don't show up. So if you do a Rumble rant, you have to say, someone has to say rant. If someone just posts rant, if there's a Rumble rant, anyone, let me know there's a rant and I will go get to it immediately. Thank you very much for the $5. And let me adjust that. That was $5, right? Yes, $5 from Woodtick Mike. Let me adjust the banner. We are now $48 away, just $48 away from a whole additional hour. Yes, just $48 away from a whole additional hour. No, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Peace. What are you leaving? What's wrong? What did I say? Did I say something that made you mad? McNeely? LAUSD is declining because LGBT LGBT2 aren't having children. The cage, it was... did I miss something? Hey, what's up, Roselle Jam? Great to see you. I can't decide if I should order some... I didn't say thank you to you. So... Thank you. And oh, you're going to bed, Hank? Well, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, so the newly timed obtained footage of the botched strike in Kabul, which killed 7 children, and yet nobody got prosecuted for that illegal order. At this, Mark Kelly just accused members of the military of violating the Geneva Convention and law of the seas. Yes, by following the orders to take out the narco-terrorists smuggling drugs into the country.
Folks in the military need to understand, the law of the sea, the Geneva Conventions, what the law says. And I'm concerned that if there were, in fact, as reported, survivors clinging to a damaged vessel, that could be, over a line. I hope it's not the case. I truly do.
Could be over a line.
Again, I am, not sure of all the facts yet. I don't want to prejudge before we have all the information. I think it's important for there to be an investigation. The inspectors general of DOD needs to investigate this. Unfortunately, an unqualified Secretary of Defense fired a bunch of them and got rid of a bunch of lawyers. Folks in the military need to understand.
Oh, wow. So he's unqualified because you don't like him. Okay. Tasmanian Rebel says that half of the armor destroyed in the 2003 Iraq invasion was leftover trash from the 91 Gulf War. When we invaded, most of what I saw was abandoned uniforms and someone who was obviously executed prior. Mm-hmm. Venezuela does not seem to care about our drug laws. Yeah. Will the military tell us what will happen to Kelly if something happens to him, or will it be private only affair? But I still saying, yes. Yeah. So, and then there's, I want to do this because I had, before I get into this other stuff about the color revolution stuff, there was a thing here. Yeah, Americans overwhelming support lowering violent crime in Democrat cities, mass deportations, and bombing cartel boats, ending third world immigration. Facts. Yeah, American support for President Trump's third world immigration ban is a stunning 21 points, 55 to 34 from the pollsters. Holy crap, it's huge. People want Trump and Republicans to dig in. Anti-immigration stance. Now's your chance. Yeah, Trump's proposed moratorium. Strongly support, 34%. Somewhat support, 21%. So that right there is 55%. And then 10% have no opinion. So looks good. Yeah. Final results to come per People's Pundit. Yeah. All right. And then there was another thing. This is exactly what I voted for. Oh, wait. Zelensky. Yeah, here it is. Zelensky enlisted Senator Mark Kelly's twin brother to raise $2.8 billion and for USAID created propaganda arm targeting U.S. voters and politicians. Now, Mark Kelly needs to shut the fuck up, but let's quadruple down and continue to spew hate and discontent. Yeah, Kelly has skeletons in his past. It will all come out. I hope so. So Kelly's brother is part of the propaganda arm of Ukraine getting paid to propagandize the American people to help support the war. Observers note the conflict of interest. The brother of Senator Kelly helping run a foreign influence operation targeting the very government his twin brother serves in. United 24, created by Ukraine's Ministry of Digital Transformation using USAID-funded infrastructure, appointed Scott Kelly, Senator Mark Kelly's twin brother, as its ambassador to help raise money for the propaganda outlet. Since then, it raised $2.72 billion with a B, much of it routed quietly via cryptocurrency. Oh, I wonder if that has anything to do with FTX and all that. United 24 produces coordinated messaging marketed as fact-checking and anti-corruption efforts, but in practice operates as a state propaganda engine shaping U.S. public opinion and congressional support for Ukraine's war. It's crazy. Mark Kelly has Chinese spy balloons in his closet. Yeah, walking through the snow, sliding all the way. Or the fields we go, laughing all the way. Ha, 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 bells and bobtails sting, making spirits high. What fun it is to ride and play a song tonight. Oh, jingle balls, jingle round your legs. Oh, what fun it is to play and to drink a keg. Hey! Oh, we've been going 2 hours and 15 minutes. 2 hours and 15 minutes. We are $48 away from an additional hour. So please keep that in mind if you want to donate via Cash App or PayPal. The links are posted in the chat. The QR codes are also on the screen. There's also this other thing that I'm trying called Ko-Fi. No one's ever donated through it, but someone told me to get it, and I did, and no one's ever donated through it. But whatever. That's pinned in the chat. There's also Rumble Rants, YouTube Super Chats, gifted memberships on both Rumble and YouTube, Locals coins, or Twitch memberships. All these things are all available and all get credited towards the goal, which we are $48 away from. So just keep that in mind. We got about 30 minutes left to hit the goal. So yeah, here it is. Zelensky's recruited Senator Mark Kelly's twin brother to raise $2.8 billion for propaganda operation. Wow, they both look like a couple of twin assholes. The Kelly brothers who sold their souls in the U.S. to China and Ukraine, both criminals. Former astronaut Senator Mark Kelly started a spy balloon company funded by China. He's a former astronaut and U.S. Navy captain who has represented Arizona in the Senate seat since they stole it in 2020. They stole it in 2020. Twin brother, wink, wink. Okay, need to fact check that. Uh-oh. Oh, man. Whoa. Wow, $30 from Renee Collins says, let's get this going. That means we're only $18 away, folks. Just $18 away from an extra hour of the show. Just $18 away. Yes, just $18 away. That is a great start. Thank you, Renee Collins, so much. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. All right. These puzzle pieces are starting to fall into place. Yeah, happy Ukraine Day. Yeah, glory to Ukraine. Look at that. Oh, Scott Kelly. Oh. Look at them all sitting around the table. There's Kelly's brother. Look at him sitting next to Zelensky. Wow, it's crazy. Wouldn't it be funny if they get around to recalling both Kellys, if they get convicted, one may be the first U.S. senator to serve from Leavenworth? That would be funny. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are for expelling from the Senate. I really don't. I don't think the Senate can just. I don't think the Senate's like the House. The Senate could just vote to kick him out. I think he would have to be impeached. I really do. So I don't know. I have to see where it goes. Let's see. Was there another one here? Oh yeah, here we go. This is for another show. This is for later. I gotta save this. Hold on. So we're gonna jump over here. That one is for when we get to the stuff about Somalians in Minnesota. That next one. Well, we now have them both. You see, must the cage. Seriously, I'll drop the link if I could. Well, now that you have the both of them, you must see the cage. Oh, okay, you're talking to someone about a dog. Okay. Oh, look at this. Thanks, Rainey. That's awesome. Kelly B says, woo, woohoo. Then we got this person over here that says, hey, homie, I checked your video. It seems like you're new and Kick, not yet affiliated and verified. That's right. I don't run with no gangs. So I got a proposal for you. By sharing your stream to a Kick community, I could gain you 1,000 active audience and earn you no less than $1,000 while streaming. Okay. I already did all that. Nothing happened. So we got Color Revolution. Senator Murphy said in September that we are in a war with Trump and Republicans. He called on Dems to do whatever is necessary to fight back. If they can, takes a 2/3 vote in the Senate to expel. We are in a war with Trump and Republicans. He called on Dems to do whatever is necessary to fight back. The next day, Charlie Kirk was killed by a leftist. Governor Walz knows his party is seditious. This is total gaslighting and vile here. Trump is focused on pitting people together. The center of his agenda is a cruelty, not lowering prices. Oh, well, we'll see, Tim Valtz. Mm-hmm. Kirk wasn't killed by a leftist. Oh, yeah, he was. These people are fucking ridiculous. Give me 1 second here. Let me close some tabs. Way too many tabs open. Oh, no. I just closed tabs. Hold on. Control Shift T. All right. I think I got it. Oof. think I got it. All right. All right. All right. Got that one. All right. Whew, okay. So, ooh, I thought I screwed up. No. I keep screwing up. My apologies. I'm having a problem here. All right. So we got this one. Man, I erased the wrong tab. Spam is strong over on Kick. It sure is. It sure is. Wow, 2 hours already. Back to lurking while working. Raw hide. Hit the like, please, and thanks. And have a great night. Well, Critter Sitter, don't forget, we're only $18 away from adding an extra hour to the show. Just $18 away. And we got 22 minutes. So that's like $1 an hour only. You know, and we can make it. Just saying. Uh-oh. I got it. It's fixed. You got Control Shift T brings back the tabs that you dropped, so it's good. Hey, there's 150 people watching now on YouTube. Please hit the like button. Trump sabotaged the troops, go to jail. Trump dropped a legal nuke nobody saw coming. He quoted the rarely invoked 18 U.S.C. 2387, a law that makes it a felony up to 10 years in prison for anyone who, with the intent to interfere with, impair, or influence the loyalty, morale, or discipline of the U.S. military or naval forces. And he tagged retired Navy Commander Kirk Lippold, the hero skipper of the Cole, and wrote in all caps, "This is right on point. Do what has to be done." Anyone inside the chain of command, admiral, general, civilian appointee, whoever who is deliberately tanking morale, pushing political agendas, or sabotaging readiness is now on notice. The law has been on the books forever, but no administration has ever threatened to actually use it against senior officers or DOD civilians. Hail all, I didn't do it. I don't know what that means. I have single-digit temps in the forecast this week. Don't sweat the small stuff. Okay, that's weird. Oh, look, same thing over on Twitch. It says cheap viewers, streambo.com, lol, remove tabs. Yeah, no. Okay, I know what you mean. All right, now I get it. So here's Donald Trump quoting that thing. So that's what he's talking about. And then, for backstabbing, treachery, and a service with Washington Post. Propagandist first class Alex Horton is awarded the Blue Falcon ribbon and 24 donuts. His anonymously sourced BS was perfectly timed to cover for Mark Kelly's seditious video. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, and Hegseth orders on first Korean boat strike. Officials say kill them all. As two men clung to stricken burning ship targeted by SEAL Team 6, the Joint Operations Commander followed the Defense Secretary's order to leave no survivors. Did these fucking retards realize that that was a plane that dropped bombs? It wasn't a fucking SEAL team? Hey, Brian Ogden's here. He says, I'm already sick of the snow. Well, you know, it's wintertime, man. It's just December 1st, so the snow is going to be keeping up for a while. I had a relative in Chicago tell me the same thing. They're sick of the snow already. And I said, it's just December 1st. You got a long way to go. Usually, you know, it gets snow all the way through March up in Chicago. That's supposedly this winter. Actually, Brian, I had a little tip. This winter, according to the almanacs and according to other stuff that's going on and what's been happening with the polar vortex stuff, the way it's been coming down and like this, looks the same way it did in 68 when they had that real bad blizzard. Real bad blizzard. Not 78, 79, 68, which was way bad, worser. Was bad, worser. Anybody else see a profile of a face on Bella? Just me? Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about right here on her side. She's got a little growth that looks like a nose. I see what you're talking about. We might have snow this year. Awesome. Yeah, so see. Hexus orders, all this stuff. Sunspots won't matter. A massive CME will kill us all before March. Okay. Well, there's huge sunspots. Hasn't this already been debunked? The Dems have nothing better to do, which makes me want to know what they're just trying to distract from. They're just trying to convince their low intelligence people that are, All right, we got this. Stop it, Grok, with that bullshit. Time for the DOJ to open a grand jury on Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade. Yes, it is. The 68 floods on the Mississippi were horrendous. They're predicting the same type of weather. We'll call magic this winter. Brian Ogden says, I'm still wearing flip-flops. Me too. I hardly ever wear shoes. I just wear flip-flops. Flip-flops. Thank you. Thank you so much, Brian Ogden. With that, now we are just $13 away. Just $13 away from an extra hour. I have a feeling we're going to make the extra hour tonight. I have faith. I have faith that we will make the extra hour tonight, that we're only $13 away. I mean, we're right there. Lady Bama says, I want snow. I normally get cold rain, mud ice, then more mud. Well, it has a pointy nose and a goatee. She's got like a skin tag there. And I don't know. I've been trying to get it to come off, but it's still coming down here in St. Louis, and no one can drive here, so teacher calls in no matter what. There you go. Dems ran out of gas with Epstein. They haven't mentioned it in a while. If you're predicting end of the world stuff, that's coming up quick. I'm not predicting end of the world stuff. I'm saying it's going to be supposed to be really bad snowstorms this winter. That's what I'm saying. Like they're saying that everything looks exactly like it did in '68 before the huge blizzards. The stuff that's happening with the North Pole and everything, with the way that the cold is coming down in fingers instead of like a vortex, it's coming down further, like a weird shape and other stuff. Good job. We didn't call ourselves Jim's Florida Fleas. She's so sweet, and her belly is sweet and warm. Yeah, she's a baby. Such a baby. The Bills will win the Super Bowl. It's possible. It's possible. Wouldn't that be strange? Is that when the Bills 68 was when the Bills won? It wasn't the Super Bowl then, right? That was just the championship, if I'm not mistaken. It was before there was a Super Bowl, I think, 68. 700,000. They need to open an investigation. 700,000 was paid to Wade with lavish trips. Fannie claims she went Dutch and paid back in cash. Where are the receipts? Wade billed $250 an hour to Fulton County. He billed 16 hours for meetings with the Biden White House before the indictment of Trump and 18 others. He can't say it was about the Trump case. He was hired only for that case. He can't say it wasn't about the Trump case. He was hired only for that case. If it wasn't about Trump, then it's billing fraud. He needs to pick one. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so this is we might listen to just a little bit of this. This is Mike Davis on the Joe Piscopo show on WABC 77 New York, the Joe Piscopo show. Also the home of Anthony Cumia. Every Sunday night from 8 to 11, tune in to 77 WABC for Anthony Cumia.
Salem Media. Mike Davis is the man. I got to always give Mike credit. He is the founder of Article 3 Project, but he is a former law clerk for Justice Neil Gorsuch, former chief counsel for nominations for the U.S. Senate Committee on the Judiciary. Mike, welcome back to the show. Thank you for taking the time, sir.
Thank you for having me back on. Judges who are bold and fearless, who are going to follow
him into America. This guy so gingerly.
All right, well, anyway, I'm not going to listen to all this. It's a whole interview that he posted, but you guys get the point. Let's do this. Oh, we got this. We got this fucking lady. Like this, Democrats are proving once again that they don't really like immigrants. They just want immigrants that they can control and that support them, that rely on them, that can be dependent on them. Because listen, this is her time. This is not your country. If America survives, it will be despite your deplorable values and assault on our country. The fact that you've not employed your obscene and undeserved wealth, all right, to make the world a better place tells us all we need to know about you. She's talking to Elon Musk. Yeah. So she wants, this is crazy, funnel money from Ask Minnesota. Oh yeah, it's coming. They want slavery. Rose L. Jam. Yes, they do. I was confused. I was misremembering a huge game in the blizzard snow in the east. Yeah, well, there's a really famous snow, I think in the 80s, snowstorm, a game where it was the Cowboys, I want to say, and Cowboys and some team, and it was on, I think it was Thanksgiving, and it was a snowstorm, and Leon Lett missed a sack or something like that, or did something wrong, and if I remember correctly, it's like my brain is not really, anyway. So yeah, this is Senator Campbell. Look at her. And so, but look at this profile picture that she has of herself. All right, but then you're going to see that's not what she really looks like, because it says meet Democrat Tennessee Senator Houston. Was Houston in the Super Bowl? Dallas and Miami, or not Super Bowl? Yeah, Snow Bowl. Okay, yeah. Pats versus Dolphins with snow issues. How do I employ wealth when I'm barely making ends meet? I'm confused. Yeah, right. Meet Tennessee State Senator Heidi Campbell. She votes to give illegal immigrant driver's licenses, blocks police from cooperating with ICE, yet has the nerve to tell Elon Musk, a legal immigrant, that America is not his country. She attacks a man who creates jobs, pays millions in taxes, donates generously in a single year, more than she'll ever contribute in her lifetime. All right. The Ice Bowl, often mixed up at different. Sometimes people say Snow Bowl, the Ice Bowl. Sometimes people say Snow Bowl, but they mean the Ice Bowl. NFL championships. December 31st, 67, Cowboys versus Packers at Lambeau Field. Academics are transactional with their money and tight arses. Her hypocrisy is disturbing and demoralizing to all legal immigrants. Somebody needs to tell her it's time to update her profile picture. Yeah, see? Look at this. You can tell she's got the crazy eyes. Crazy eyes. They're watching you. They want to take the money away from you. She's got the crazy eyes watching you take your money from you. Wow. Breaking news. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein. SSRIs. Oh, that's a good one. That's a song. We got to make a song. SSRIs. SSRIs. They're watching you. The stain lasted longer than the injury. Song time with Jim is my favorite time. He just posted sympathies for a 23-year-old illegal alien who illegally entered the country at 14 years old, has been in the U.S. for 9 years, graduated from a public high school, doesn't know any English. So how did she come to this country, been here 9 years, does not speak a lick of English? Somehow she bought a home. An illegal alien that doesn't speak English somehow bought a home. Heidi ho, what's up? It's a good brain. Good brain. What are we doing here? I'm so sick of Democrats moving the goalposts on illegal immigration. It's no one's illegal. Okay, they're illegal, but not receiving government help. Okay, they do, but it's not. They're not taking jobs. And okay, they're taking jobs, but they don't own homes. Yeah. Time Life presents Jim Tells You, sings the news. She's got Marty Feldman eyes. Oh, she's got Marty Feldman eyes. Dun-dun. That's a good song too. Stop lying to us.
We're doing the humanitarian stuff. Yeah. This one's good?
Yes, residential. Okay. No más good.
¿Qué pasó, Fátima?
Estoy revisando a ver cómo está el proceso.
Okay.
Pero no tienes ninguna otra, no te dieron otra indicación. ¿Cómo es esa?
Hey, Fran BT, great
Llama
to have you
rápido a tu
here.
esposo.
Pero la que tengo aquí es la que se me venció, la otra está...
¿Ya la pediste, verdad?
Sí. Esta no sé por qué tengo ahorita. Es la vieja.
This one's expired, but she said she applied for
Extremely fishy story. Extremely fishy story.
Ante las cosas del Señor.
Okay.
Sí, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Ahorita no tiene documentación, va a tener que ir con nosotros.
The only way I would suspect an illegal alien that doesn't speak English is in the U.S. and at 23 years old buys a home is either A, ballot stuffing pays well, okay, or cartel connections. And she's got money, and it's cartel paying for the home. It's a stash house, a trap house, whatever you want to call it. English, please. English, please.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Fatima.
Hey, got her phone? You got your wallet? Oh, got that.
No.
Yo soy certeza.
Oh wow, and he just did. That's great. He just said, "Don't stand so close to me. Don't stand so close to me." He's the police. Get it? Yes. It was a sting operation. It was a sting operation. Yes. Yes. She's going to have the opportunity to make a phone call, and that's also the opportunity to see a lawyer.
Fatima, ¿te sabes el número de tu esposo, verdad?
Fatima.
¿Llevas todo? ¿Ocupas algo más?
You have her wallet in her phone?
Yeah, she grabbed it.
Here, here's her ID.
This is this guy's phone.
Ella necesita llevar su ID, ¿no?
No, I got it. I look at it. I gotta write people this. All right.
Yeah. So we got this, and then like Gundam Zig says, she spent 40% of her life in a country where she received a free education, does not learn the native language, and can afford a house. I will never come close to a home, and I'm a native. Fuck her to hell. Yes. She will need a plane ticket soon. Yes. Started crying. I can't stand a woman crying. So cringe. Yes. Yeah. But this is what's going on. This is what's going on in North Carolina. All right. Every step you make, every immigration law you break, every passport you fake, every job you take, ICE is watching you. Man, we got to make a song. We can sing a great song. Let me fix Bella's camera. She decided to move on us. She's moving on up to the east side to a deluxe apartment in the sky. Bella's moving on up. Moving on up. Why sometimes when she lay, it looks like she's off the reservation there. Oh, look at she's flipping. She's flipping crazy now. You have all the best songs, Jim. I'm trying. Was she a criminal? Some of this bothers me. She's a smooth criminal. So obviously she was a criminal. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been deporting her. They only deport criminals. Who let the dogs out? Who? Her presence is a continuing crime. Obviously, she's a criminal. How else could a 23-year-old afford to buy a house that doesn't speak a lick of English inside the country illegally? Bella and the Somniacs. Great band name. Yes. Oh, man, we're getting close now. We're getting close. We're $13 away. Let me see. Let me check here. Nothing on the Rumble. We're 4 minutes and 27 seconds away, and we're $13 away. Breaking the law. Yeah, Judas Priest. Oh, shit. I received a $5. I received $5. Oh, I received $5 on PayPal from KPT. Thank you, KPT, for $5. Then I received another $5 on Cash App. Let me see here. From Cash App. From Jules. Thank you, Jules. So that means we are now $3 away, just $3 away from the extra hour. And then Brian Ogden comes in with $1, $2 for $2. So we are now $1. We are just $1 away. Just $1 away from an extra hour of show. Just $1 away. Rally, rally, rally. Oh, there goes Audra, comes with 2. Rally, rally. So we got it now.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Wow. Plus the Cash App. KPT, did you do Cash App too? I did. I got both of them. I got the PayPal and the Cash App. Woo-hoo-hoo. Wait, there's more. Because then, after Audra's $2, that brings us to to $74 or $99 away from a second additional hour. And then John Mosley came in with a 10 spot. That means we are $89 away from a second additional hour. So thank you so much to everybody. And then plus the Cash App. I think I got the Cash App. I got it. I added that in. So KPT's 5. Yeah, I got that. And then, yeah, that's it. And then the PayPal, I got that. The 5 on PayPal, I got it. I got it all. Thanks you all so much. Yes, the Jim Somniacs deserve an extra hour, and you got an extra hour. Woohoo! Thanks, John. Awesome. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much for your support. You guys are great. Yay! Yay! So yeah. So let me go in here and let me do this. We still got 1 minute and 10 to go. So that's awesome. So I will adjust the banner in 1 minute. Thanks, KPT. You guys are great. So a new anti-ICE commercial called What Will You Say has launched in Charlotte, North Carolina, paid for by the Women's March organization. We are family. You all are amazing. And as I'll say it as my good friend, Jesse Lee Peterson would say, amazing. What Will You Say is launched. The ad shows a father who's an ICE agent coming home to hug his daughter after work, where she asks him, Daddy, how was your day? Then the ad footage shows fictional ICE agents shattering car windows, footage of kids and grandmothers crying as people are arrested. Women's March orgs never ran a single ad after Irina Zarutska was stabbed to death on a light rail by a repeat offender. Nor did they run a single ad on the Logan Farico, who was murdered by a man with 39 previously charges. This ad is beyond evil. What happened to the feminists? What happened to actually caring about women? I don't understand. This is pure propaganda we're going to watch.
You will be caught. You will be removed. And you will never return.
Video to a monitor shows the moment the ICE agent
Daddy, how's your day?
A mask can't hide you from your neighbors, your children, and God. They'll know. You can walk away before the shame follows you home.
Daddy, how's your day?
Wow. Yes. And HR Big says the like to viewer ratio is high here. However, there's always room for improvement. That's right. It could always be better. It could always be over 100%. Audra says, just thought before my wonderful gift membership, thank you so much, ends the next day or so. Thanks to each and every one of you for being here. Well, thank you, Audra, for being here. Your smile makes us all happy. And then KBT says, shoot, a phone call has me 3 minutes behind. This is going to make me mad. Oh, it makes me mad. You are appreciated, Audrey. Yes, you are. You are appreciated. All right, I did restart the goal over there on YouTube, so there's a new goal. It does say $25 chats, even though it's not 20. It's whatever. It would be less than that. It would be 18, but there's no way I could do that. And it says for every $100 in total donations across all platforms, including memberships, the show will be extended by 1 additional hour. We are currently $89 away from a second additional hour. That's right. $89 away from a second additional hour. Oh, and then HR Big says, damn it, Jim. He's dead, Jim. And with that, we are now $84 away from a second additional hour. Thank you so much, HR Biggs. What about the women and girls being treated so badly en route? Yeah, they don't really care about that. You know, they don't talk about any of that stuff. They're cool with it. They don't care. Yeah, we actually got 129 likes, and there's only right now, currently, as we speak, there's 135 people watching on YouTube, and we got 129 likes, so we're pretty close to 100%. We could get to 100%. It all depends on if have you hit the like button? Yeah, Star Trek reference attempt. I know, I tried. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. I can't do a Scottish accent. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. I can't do it, Scotty. I can't. It's not, I'm not first, Jim. What happened? Yeah. Well, I tried. I tried to be first on your show today, Dave, and I wasn't. So I tried. I tried Star Trek. I tried. So yeah, so that ad pissed me off. And then this really pissed me off. This really pissed me off. The socialist government of Honduras has sent its military to force the closure of ballot boxes and expel international observers after the Trump blocked the anti-crime presidential candidate Nasri Asfura won. So they sent in the military. But any Democrats complaining about this? You hear any Democrats talking about this? How here they are trying to vote in Honduras? And the military comes in to arrest them? What's this? It says lawfare. Judge Boasberg authorized secret spying on Congress and now is refusing to testify. The Senate is now holding hearings to discuss his possible impeachment. He thinks he is the law. They'd have to say CIA backed. Okay, they'd have to say CIA backed. And don't speak a lick of English either. See, I got it. I was able to, I can speak autocorrect, man. I can speak autocorrect. I know it's happened to me numerous times. After revelations that Judge James Boasberg approved clandestine subpoenas and non-disclosure orders targeting congressional Republicans, the Senate demanded his testimony. Boasberg refused. He refused to go to the principal's office, claiming he did not need to answer to the legislative branch he secretly spied on. Senators will now hold hearings on impeachment proceedings for Boasberg and possibly others involved in the unlawful surveillance of elected officials. Lawmakers say Boasberg's arrogance and defiance shows he believes he's beyond accountability, the hallmarks of a rogue judge. Yes. Almost everything can be accomplished with a monopod and a tripod can. Thank you, Audra. Thank you. No problem. Thank you, HR Biggs. That's right. Thank you. Thank you for being my friends. We traveled down the road and back again. Boasberg refused to testify to the Senate again because he thinks he can rule his own party And he don't have to invite anybody he don't know. And he can think that he's above the law, you see, but he's gonna find out real fast. His ass can end up in prison.
Boasberg and Deborah Boardman both turning down requests to testify at a Senate hearing this week entitled Impeachment, Holding Rogue Judges Accountable. Boasberg, whose series of judgments regarding the Trump administration have ignited a legal firestorm, including his decision to restrict the White House's use of the Alien Enemies Act to deport Venezuelans. There have also been questions about his apparent role in Arctic Frost, the FBI investigation that allegedly tracked the private communications and phone calls of nearly a dozen Republican lawmakers. As for Boardman, well, no stranger to controversy after ruling against the administration's effort to restrict birthright citizenship. So the question is, where do things go from here? And we want to discuss all that with another great legal eagle, Boasberg and Deborah.
Not a legal eagle. No, not legal eagle. Nobody wants to listen to fucking legal eagle. He is above the law. Just watch and see. Congress will let him keep his job. Without the help of the demon rats, you're right. The right path forward is to impeach him and make him go through the process. Let the process be the punishment. Yes. My buddy, Byron Donald says, Chief Judge Boasberg was entrusted to be impartial and non-political. He failed. He became a corrupt, hyper-partisan hack that signed off on unlawful subpoenas to target and entrap GOP rivals. He must be impeached. I stand with Rep. Brandon Gill in fighting to make this a reality. Yes. 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 Oh, we got this is a great little thing here. It says, boom. Caroline Leavitt just dropped the hammer on the open border scam in the White House briefing room. A reporter tried the tired, refugees are just like our grandparents sob story when trying to defend Tim Walz. Leavitt says, hold my coffee. $1 billion stolen from American taxpayers, 86 charged in the Minnesota fraud scheme, 78 of them Somali refugees, 91%. Wow. 59 already convicted. The fake Feed the Children nonprofit claimed they fed tens of thousands of kids during COVID. Almost zero meals actually delivered. Money went to luxury cars, houses, and real estate in Turkey and Kenya. Another scam. Fake homeless services that never happened. All under Democrat leadership in a Democrat state. This is not adding our national character. This is organized theft of your money by people who were handed asylum and hate you. Caroline closed it out perfectly. The president is not going to put up with it anymore. The adults are back in charge. Yeah. America first is back, baby.
Said, and I quote, leaders also have a duty to preserve the integrity and character of our nation's national identity. Can you explain what you mean by our nation's national identity and integrity and character, and how would refugees, people coming from war-torn places who are seeking a safe haven in America, like many of our forebears in this room, not add to our nation's integrity and character of our national identity?
I'll tell you what does not add to our nation's character and integrity is refugees who come here under the alleged plight of asylum and fleeing persecution, and then come to the United States to abuse our system and rip off American taxpayers. And as I pointed out, the New York Times, to their credit, it was about 6 months too late, but they did write about how Somali immigrants in Minnesota have been ripping off American taxpayers. In fact, 86 people have been charged in a rampant and widespread fraud scheme spanning multiple programs in Minnesota. Of those 86, 78 of those people are Somali, 91% of them charged. So far, 59 of those people have been convicted for their roles in fraud plots that have stolen $1 billion from taxpayers. In one scheme, and this is egregious, a nonprofit and its affiliates with these Somali migrants claimed to have fed tens of thousands of American children during the pandemic. They were reimbursed for those meals by taxpayers. However, federal prosecutors found that almost all of those meals were never even delivered to hungry children. In fact, those organizations' leaders spent the money on houses, luxury cars, and real estate in Turkey and Kenya. Another scheme involved hundreds of organizations who were reimbursed for services that were supposed to help people at risk of homelessness. Once again, those services were never provided. All of this has happened under Democrat leadership in a Democrat-run state where these refugees, these migrants are coming to the United States. They are abusing our system. They are draining our resources that should be going to law-abiding, taxpayer-funded, tax-paying Americans. And this president is not going to put up with it anymore. Rachel.
Thank you, Caroline. Just to follow back on the Washington Post report, so much of the concern from Democrats and Republicans is focused on the survivors. Why won't the administration either confirm or deny or reveal whether or not there were survivors after that initial?
Why? Who the fuck is doing this editing? That should have all been cut off. When she ended, the way you cut that is you cut it right when she ended. Right there. You don't keep this going, like making people think there's something else coming. What is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you people? Yeah, in a huge FAFO moment, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent launches an investigation into tampon Tim Walz, his recklessly allowing tax dollars to go to Somalian terror group Al-Shabaab under Biden. But first, before we get to this story, I want to go like this. It goes, hi, giggles. Yes, I try to make people laugh. And then, of course, that was the plan all along. Subpoena, have them not show, then get charged. That's what they should do. Subpoena him. Why don't they subpoena him? Keeping warm tonight. It's not bad. You haven't turned on the heater yet. And she's, I don't know. Song time always makes me laugh. That man has got to go. Kings Boesberg. Yes, he thinks he's the king. I'd vote for Golden Girls to rule the world like Laverne and Shirley. Yes. Shamil. Shamable. Shamaga Blake Apocarated. We're going to do it. I'd rather stab my own ears with toothpicks than listen to Legal Eagle. I mean, you and me both. For sure, the electric blanket will be on high. Hail the Kings, all hail Kings Boesberg. It is chilly. I have 2 house cats and an electric blanket on my bed. The cats never leave the bed. All COVID darkness money. Hello, darkness, my old friend. The COVID money never ends. An electric blanket and a 120-pound short-haired dog takes care of it pretty good. Well, yeah, it's funny. It's rainy and dreary here, not too cold, but I hate cold almost as much as rain. I would never call her that. A punchable face, definitely. A sad thing, it might take a couple of years to get satisfaction. Yes. I can't get no satisfaction. We don't mind animals on the bed. They're a great source of heat. Misfit Sota. Yes. A stupid question, but great answer. Autism as well. Yes, the whole autism thing. How was this money so easily transferred overseas? They use what's called the Hawala Walla networks, where they take the money and they give it to someone else, and then they give it to this one, and it's like a family thing where one guy takes it here and he makes a phone call, and it's this whole network of money. They transfer it, but the money never actually moves. It's just all done by word. It's the same system that was used by the Knights Templars, just saying. Same type of system to transfer money. The Knights Templar, when people would go on a crusade or travel to Jerusalem, they didn't want to bring cash with them, so they would go to one Templar place in France or wherever, and they would give them the money, and then they would give them a note with some secret writing on it, and then they would take that to another Templar place. That way they could get money in exchange. That way they're not carrying cash as them when they're traveling, so they can't get robbed. Same type of thing. It's called, but the Muslims call it the Hawala Walla network. And shame on those greedy bastards. Bitcoin. No, Bitcoin can be traced very easily. The house just ain't no home anytime she goes away. Elon told him about this months ago. Yes, he did. One order, destruct the vessel. That's right. They just said destroy the vessel, sink the ship. Scamming using autism for children is about as low as you can get. It is fucking low down, dirty, disgusting. Everyone will steal from the American citizen is not worthy to stay in this free in this country. That's right. That's right. Walk into the kitchen and hear Laverne and Shirley. That's right. 42F in Austin. The heat is on now. Well, I hope you guys don't lose power. Every time it gets cold like that in Texas, for some reason, the power goes out. All their fucking windmills that they have in Texas for some retarded reason don't play well in the cold. Good question. I was thinking that about earlier today. It just doesn't make any sense how all this wasn't caught. They should already be convicted. Yes, they should be. Ukraine. If you want to get rich, Ukraine. That's what someone could do instead of cocaine, Ukraine. Cocaine in Ukraine. And again, nothing ever happens. Your sister get everything worked out? Okay. 3 Dog Night stems from cold weather. Yeah. Bessent, we're acting fast to ensure Americans' taxes are not funding acts of global terror. We will share our findings as our investigation continues. Tim Walz is cooked. This guy don't fuck around. Yeah, he don't play. Tim Walz was aware of the fraud ring, but he chose to do nothing. His attorney general, Keith Ellison, Mr. Keith Antifa Ellison, is in on it. He's another Muslim. Yeah, it turns out he was accepting money from Somalis in campaign donations. The story just gets crazier and crazier. He's complicit. It must all come out. Tim Walz's days are numbered. You are next. It happened once in 21, never before or since. Walz is still running for governor in 2026. 10 degrees here, headed to 6. Woodtick Mike, I hope you feel better. 400 whistleblowers ignored or dismissed. Yes. Moose lem or a moose slime. Either or. That's like potato, tomato, tomato. 6 in one, half a dozen in the other, Then here, oh God. Here we go. Soft on crime. You want to be pissed? You thought he was termed out? I don't think there's any term limits for a Minnesota governor, unless I'm mistaken. We had a story a while back, a couple weeks ago, I think, about a guy, an illegal alien that beheaded the clerk at a motel in Texas. It was all on video, him beheading him. And, the Democrat stronghold of Dallas will not be seeking the death penalty for an illegal alien from Cuba who beheaded a motel manager with a machete in front of his children on September 10th with prior arrests for raping a child and carjacking in Gavin Newsom's California. Yeah, keep it light and be kind to one another. That's right. Yeah, the Soros prosecutor, Soros bought and paid for prosecutor. The demon rat district attorney that was bought and paid for by George Nazi Soros, not seeking the death penalty.
They will not seek the death penalty against a man charged with beheading a co-worker in front of that co-worker's family.
So that's the plan, at least for now, from prosecutors to the judge presiding over that capital murder trial. The shocking violence taking place in broad daylight. It happened in September in front of witnesses. There were also cameras. Fox 4 Sean Rabb in our newsroom now with this story. Sean.
Yeah, so no trial date has been set yet, but the undocumented Yordanis Cobos Martinez, a Cuban native, learned today the state will likely not seek the death penalty for the gruesome crime. Shackled and suited out in a tan jail jumper, shadowed by sheriff's deputies, Yordanis Cobos Martinez made his first appearance in a Dallas courtroom. September 10th, Dallas police arrested Cobos Martinez about 30 minutes after he allegedly beheaded the motel manager where the two men worked. 50-year-old Chandra Ben Nagamalaya, murdered in front of his family.
State of Texas versus Yordanis Cobo Martinez. Is that your name, sir?
Through an interpreter, the 37-year-old answered Judge Leela Lawrence Mays.
Yes. Oh, very good.
Cobos Martinez is charged with capital murder for the horrific machete attack. That, like his arrest, was caught on tape.
What is the state's opinion as it relates to, or at least the decision as it relates to seeking the death penalty?
Your Honor, at this point, based on our investigation and my conversations, the state of Texas is not seeking the death penalty, but we do reserve the right to change our mind should anything come up.
That caused court-appointed defense counsel Leyland Peel to tell the judge the state's intention needs to be clear.
That doesn't really tell me anything. They reserve the right to seek death. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's still a death case until they officially come out and file a document that says they're not seeking death.
Cobos Martinez at times looked around at no one in particular, as he said quietly, but his time in the U.S. has been anything but. The Cuban national has a history in other states like California that includes child sex abuse, false imprisonment, and carjacking.
How the fuck was he left in the country? Jesus Christ. Oh, man. Yeah, how does a child rapist get out? Our government is complicit in all the crimes after the first felony, in my opinion. My opinion, too. My opinion, too, man. Yeah, import the third world, become the third world. Thaddeus says that a 3-dog night is a night where you keep 3 dogs in the bed to keep warm. It's an Aussie phrase. Oh, good day, mate. Hey, Spuds is here. Yo, everyone, what's up? Good to see you. Exactly what took Mike. Exactly. Not English speaking. Another one. Yeah. He raped a child in California, did armed robbery and carjacking and stuff like that too, and was not deported already. Hey, what's up, Brian? How you doing? Yeah, Spuds. And he says a Harbor Freight machete. Yeah. There is a video I saw, some guy going around handing out machetes to people. If he doesn't speak English, he must be white. Yeah, must be. He looks evil. Yes, well, very evil. It's diversity. How is he left on the streets? It's a good question. When many senators and congressmen are Epstein rapists, they're soft on that crime. It seems like it. It seems like it. It seems like it to me, like there's something. There are no new bans, according to Rick Beto. Maybe. Well, look at this. Exposed. An NGO headquartered in Minnesota is getting paid $2,375 for every Somali immigrant they bring into the United States. That's right. They're getting paid to bring more of these fucking criminals, non-speaking people. I mean, the bottom line is too, folks, let's not fuck around. Let's not beat around the bush. Let's be straight. Let's be real, 100 with each other. The IQ of the people in Somalia, the average IQ is like 68 or something like that, or maybe lower, 64 maybe. I don't know, 65. It's in the 60s. Why are we bringing any of them here? They will not operate well. They won't. They will not operate well. Correctly, properly. They will not prosper here unless they steal. That's the only way they're going to prosper in the U.S. is by stealing. Same thing with the Afghans, to tell you the truth. I mean, there's many cases where we would build schools and stuff for the Afghans, and then they would go ahead and just destroy the school and cut a hole in the roof to put fires in there to keep warm because they couldn't figure out how to keep it, everything working. A defined idiot is a minimum of 75. That's crazy. It is. So why are Somalis in America? I looked into it. The main group bringing them in is the Lutheran Social Services. It's always one of these fucking do-gooder churches. It turns out they get $2,375 for every Somali they bring over. Under 70 IQ is retarded. Forgot the PC name. Don't care. We have to ask this question. Why are they coming over here in the first place? Another surprise. Turns out our government was funding a dictatorship in Somalia. This is where the movie Black Hawk Down comes from. Oh. We got a Black Hawk Down. 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 You love the Moody. I missed that. Love the Moody Blues in Chicago, Southern Atlanta around 79. Moody Blues is nights in white satin, never meaning to end. Right? I also, you guys ever heard of Procol Harum? Procol Harum? And check out their guitar player, Robin Trower. Christian Money Front. Yes. Christian Money Front. The Minnesota Vikings use the immigrant song as their theme. But overall, Somalis have no right to be in America, especially North Dakota and Minnesota. They don't integrate into our societies. They carry over. I would say integration is different than assimilation. They've integrated into societies pretty well. They have not assimilated. If you personally have never interacted with Somali or just don't believe me, I would recommend checking out Nick Shirley's video he did the other day. What do you guys think about all this? The money is a one-time reception and placement grant. $24.25 per refugee, updated to $23.75 in recent years. You saw Trower with Pat Travers. That's awesome. Procol Harum actually did a concert a few years back. They did that on Wider Shade of Pale is their most famous song. Most people know Wider Shade of Pale. That's the most famous song. They have some other good songs too. You could check out. The money is not supposed to be for profit for the NGO, but they already know with the NGO fraud in Minnesota, this money is definitely getting pocketed. In Minnesota, federal funds totaled $4 million for 10,000 refugees in 2018. Lutheran Social Services, one of 10 national voluntary agencies contracted by the State Department to handle logistics for refugees. Why are Somalis here?
Why are Somalians in America? Yesterday, a Somalian rear-ended me, which thankfully no one was hurt and no damage was done to my truck. But it got me thinking, why are Somalians in America? Especially North Dakota and Minnesota. So I looked into it. The main group bringing in Somalians is Lutheran Social Services. They are led by this guy, and this is his staff. And turns out they get $2,375 for every Somalian they bring over. But we have to ask the question, why are they coming over here in the first place? And another surprise, turns out our government was funding a dictatorship in Somalia throughout the Cold War, led by Saeed Barre. And this dictatorship led to clan favoritism and overall just destabilized the country, and inevitably collapsed in 1991. Also, our troops were over there. This is where the movie Black Hawk Down comes from. But overall, Somalis have no right to be in America, especially North Dakota and Minnesota. They don't integrate into our societies. They carry over their clan mentalities. If you personally have never interacted with Somalian or just don't believe me, I would recommend checking out Nick Shirley's video he did the other day. What do you guys think about all this? Let me know down in the comments below.
Oh, well, where's Nick Shirley's video? I'd like to watch that. Send them all back. Not just Minnesota, they're involved in Ohio as well. We better get a grip on the number 2 spot in America, Columbus, Ohio. 75,000 Somalis in Ohio. Oh, look at them. I want to thank Somali National TV and its management. Oh, attorney at law. Saeed Mohammed Abdu Farid? Is that who they got the pictures of? Abdullah Hassan is honored with road names after Ohio. Somali diaspora is going great job. Thank you, Ohio. Oh, yeah. Wow. What's this guy say? Columbus, Ohio is one of the largest Somali populations in the United States. Tens of thousands of Somalis. Why?
aad baan rabaa marka ugu horeysa inaan uga mahad celiyo runtii TV qaranka iyo maamulkiisaba. Waa laba waxoo taariikh runtii oo aan ka sameeyay. aad baan rabaa marka ugu horeysa inaan uga mahad celiyo runtii TV qaranka iyo maamulkiisaba. Waa laba waxoo taariikh runtii oo aan ka sameeynay gobolkeena Ohio, especially khaasan magaalada Columbus. Marka ugu horeysa waxa way Saeed Maxamed Abdullah Hassan waa aabihii Soomaaliya runtii waa qof maxal dhahay sharaftiisa iyo karaamadiisa qof la mid ah oo taariikhda Soomaaliya kuma jirto. Marka runtii hadaf iyaga go'an bay ahayd anuu xitaa soo bixin ka hor baan maskaxdayda ku jirto runtii haddii aan mar wado mise wax lagu maamuusiyo qof bini aadan oo Soomaaliya Saeed Maxamed Abdullah Hassan baa istaahila taariikhna oo runtii aan ku xusno magaalada Columbus, Ohio wada aan ku magac darnay taasna runtii taariikh weyn oo tahay dhowr iyo 20 in haysano oo xillibaana kala duwan.
So he's saying like, oh, I got a street named after this guy who was, but why would an American street be named after a fucking guy in Somalia that did stuff in Somalia? Name a Somalian street after him. Oh, you don't have any fucking streets, just dirt roads. Oh, okay. All right, I got you. Yeah, this is going on, man. We need to stop this shit. This shit needs to stop. This shit needs to stop. Many third world countries with large numbers of refugees, asylees, illegals in the U.S. have one of their largest sources of income as remittances sent by those in the U.S. back to persons in their home. Yes. Why do they have driver's licenses? Don't know. Islam needs its followers to vote in their people into government offices, hence Minneapolis Dearborn. Yes. How? They're inbred and they keep inbreeding. That's right. Aren't they targeting swing states for this immigration? Yes, the Democrats have been targeting the swing states for the immigration. That's where they send them. So that they can try and, states that they're worried about losing control of. Like, that's why they send them to Minnesota, because Minnesota started going a little red. Minnesota did elect a Republican to the Senate. U.S. Senate elected a Republican. I'm trying to remember his name. And then he mysteriously died in a plane crash. And then Tit Grabber won. What's his name? Boob Grabber. Al Franken. What this country needs is more third world criminals, said no one ever. This has got to stop. Yes, it does. Shit, I can't read that. He just said that they're taking over, and it's so disgusting and worrying. Me either, KBT. Eric Clapton has a home in Columbus, Ohio. The center of Mogadishu is Jefferson and Washington. Okay. I went to OSU. Can you imagine what would be happening if Kamala had gotten in? It's all ending. I hope so. I hope it's all ending. Yeah. Construction boom in Mogadishu financed by Minnesota taxpayers through the Hawala Walla system. What do you know? These people are bragging about, oh, look at how great it looks. They're saying construction boom in Mogadishu. Yeah, so this is all funded by tax dollars. Well, I have to pull. I don't know whose music that is, and they'll claim it. Norm Coleman, yeah, Norm Coleman, Republican, Senator, Minnesota. All funded by money stolen from Minnesota, most likely. There are currently dozens of cash transferring Zawalaland businesses operating out of Minneapolis, sending taxpayer dollars to Kenya and Somalia. See, look right here. Tajah Service, Minnesota, Juba Express, Kaya Express, Tawal Express. These are all the businesses that are sending money, unregulated, untaxed money back to Somaliland in Kenya. Minnesota's taxpayers have financed a construction boom in Mogadishu. Minnesota's entire Republican congressional delegation is calling for a full investigation into Somali fraud that funneled taxpayer dollars into the hands of al-Shabaab terrorist networks in Somalia. The letter to U.S. Attorney Daniel Rosen mentions the Hawala network, Exawala. Yes. And they're sending millions back to Somali via the Hawala network. The Hawala network should be illegal in the United States because it does not comply with U.S. finance laws. You know, really, I mean, in reality, that's the whole thing. You know, that's the whole thing. It should be illegal. Those buildings will all be shitholes 6 months after opening. Send them a free cruise aboard a ginormous Chinese container ship back to Mogadishu. Yes, we should. I thank my lucky stars. She can't because she never would have won. And I thank my lucky stars every day that she never did. Wellstone died in a plane crash. Paul Wellstone, that's right, died in a plane crash. Was that another Republican? Or was that the guy that was supposed to, or was going to win or something? Or something happened. At least the money was going to infrastructure. Then they need to be here anymore. Move them back. That's right. They can go back. It's fine there. But Trump, it worries me when I see the UK. Yeah, it worries me too when I see the UK. 1.7 billion is what they sent. Yes, Spuds. Wow. In 2005, $10 billion was Western Union, the third world hemisphere, Western hemisphere countries, primarily by illegal aliens working in specific industries. This was highlighted in a landscape construction and maintenance trade magazine as a problem caused by hiring illegals over H-2B workers. The number discounts remittances from H-2Bs. I can't imagine what is being distributed today by the groups you named via simple phone apps like Remitly to countries one couldn't even use Western Union to reach 20 years ago. Oh, Wellstone was a Democrat. Was he the one he died in a plane crash? Was he the one that died in a plane crash and then Norm Coleman won? Is that what happened? I don't know. I don't follow Minnesota. I know there was a plane crash. Wellstone was a U.S. Senator from Minnesota, widely known as one of the most progressive members of the Senate, a former political science professor. He ran an underdog. Camp grassroots campaign 1991 and served until his death in 2002. Okay. All right. Wow. Died in a plane crash. Okay. I mean, I don't know. We are quickly reaching the point that we must treat any accusation as racism as inconsequential, literally for the good of Western societies. Yes, this is crazy. Americans cannot leave the country with $10,000 in cash of hard-earned money, yet we let them steal millions and send it out freely. It makes no sense. YouTube censors Muslim plan. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They sure do. Them damn YouTube censors. Hold on a second. Close some tabs here. This is Bata Ungar Sargon says a group of Minnesota Somalians steal tens of millions of dollars from American taxpayers, told the Minnesota Department of Education to pay up for their fake charity or they would call them racist in the media. Tab break. I haven't had Tab in a long time, the drink, like 20 years, 30 years. I don't think they'd make it anymore. I don't know. And then And it worked. The whole story is utterly repulsive from start to finish. Feeding Our Future, the nonprofit group, was the largest provider of pandemic program, responded with a warning. In an email, the group told the state agency that failing to promptly approve new applicants for minority-owned businesses would result in a lawsuit featuring accusations of racism that would be sprawled across the news. Yeah, there's supposed to be a video from Nick Shirley, but it wasn't attached to there, and I didn't want to search for it. So if someone gets Al Franken was the plane molester. Oh, yeah, that's right. Feeding Our Future later sued the agency, which continued reimbursing claims and approving new sites in the months that followed. A report by Minnesota's nonpartisan Office of the Legislative Auditor about the lapses that enabled the meals fraud found later that the threat of the litigation and negative press affected how state officials used their regulatory power. You tried to send the Nick Shirley Somalia video but can't figure it out? Are you on X or Rumble? Because you could put it in the Rumble chat, or you could put it in the X. You can send it to me on X. Fact: Minnesota authorized Somalis to load $1 million in cash into suitcases and send it back to their shithole. What? Cesium Cat, if you want, I could make you a moderator real quick. You can post it here. Cesium Cat, you're a moderator, just to post it, and then I'm going to take it away. So you can post the link now in the chat, Cesium Cat. You have to be a mod to post links in the chat, and so I granted mod status to Cesium Cat just to post the link to the Nick Shirley video so we can watch it, and then now you should be able to post it anytime now. Post the link. Oh, yeah? Yes, Snarf, you got to be a mod to post links. You don't know how, you copy the link and just post it in the chat. You just copy the link and post it in the chat. The Jim gives is, and the Jim takes it away, lol. No, yes, Jim, tamales are allowed to pack $1 million in cash and pass it through TSA. I used to live in Minnesota. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. Oh my God. Well, I did it to Cesium Cat because I was trying to let him, he said he had the link and he was trying to share it. He just didn't know how. You just copy the link and drop it in the chat. You're a boomer? All right. Well, in 30 seconds, you're going to be a wrenchless boomer. It would be a shame if your band got canceled over this. Over this? That's fucking hilarious. I don't know. I know you don't follow me, but I'm still so much worse than this. That's racist. Oh, I'm sorry. That's racist. No, it's not. That's racist. I don't care. That's racist. Thanks for noticing. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right. I still don't see it anywhere. Yes. The Jim gives it. The Jim takes it away. Minnesota man on taxpayer-funded Medicaid is now living in Kenya and is requesting his billing records. A fake Somalian company has been billing Medicaid for over $200,000 worth of fake services. Their phone number is 01234567789. Minnesota Department of Human Services saw no issues. And they also used fake employee names and stock images for photos on their website. Investigates or exposes yet another state program designed to help people in need being ransacked by alleged fraud. So there's, does it say Minnesota man? Yeah. How is that a Minnesota man? They also use fake employee names and stock images in their photos on their website. Exposed another state program designed to help people in need being ransacked by fraud. So there's this company that built my insurance named Action Therapy. They're based in Minnesota. Minnesota man alleging Medicaid fraud. They've never been there before. Never even heard of it until recently. Muhammad Ali said he's never heard of Action Therapy until he requested his insurance billing records. His Medicaid coverage is through taxpayer-funded Hennepin Health. When he got his records, he discovered in just 9 months between August and May, Action Therapy billed $211,000, he says, for doing nothing. So here's a good video. We're going to watch this video. We're going to watch this video.
11 Investigates exposes yet another state program designed to help people in need being
I'm going to look and see if
ransacked
that's
by
it right
alleged
now.
fraud.
This is
AJ
it right
Legault
here.
continues to follow where your tax dollars are going in his multi-year investigation, Recovery Inc.
So there's this company that built under my insurance named Action Therapy LLC. They're based in Minnesota.
A Minnesota man takes to TikTok in a series of videos.
Y'all just look at the numbers.
And he emails Care 11 Investigates alleging Medicaid fraud.
They're billing. Never been there before. Never even heard of it until recently.
Muhammad Ali said he'd never heard of Action Therapy until he requested his insurance.
Wait a minute. So Muhammad Ali is in Kenya. Is he preparing for another fight against George Foreman? Another rumble in the jungle? The battle in Zaire? Yeah, a Minnesota white man. Yeah. You did it, CCM Cat. I got it. We're going to watch it after this.
Billing records. His Medicaid coverage is through taxpayer-funded Hennepin Health. When he got his records, he discovered in just 9 months, between August of 2024 and May 2025, Action Therapy billed $211,000. It was not all approved, but the records show they were paid nearly $85,000. He says, for doing nothing.
They run up them digits, man.
Muhammad currently lives in Kenya, but still questioned the charges in his name. Abbas Farah with Action Therapy emailed him, blaming the billing on a clerical mix-up and promised a full internal review.
Back-to-back days.
So, who is Action Therapy? When Care 11 first started investigating back in June, this was their website. It claimed they are psychotherapists. Right away, we found red flags. Action Therapy's website listed their non-working phone number as 012-345-6789. Then, their website went dark. In July, a new company website launched. This time, it claims they provide adult rehabilitative mental health services, known by the acronym ARMS, which focuses on real-life skills like budgeting, cooking, personal hygiene, medication management, transportation use, and healthy communication. ARMS is a Medicaid program overseen by the Minnesota Department of Human Services.
The ARMS, or the Adult Rehabilitative Mental Health Services Program.
Just last week, Acting U.S. Attorney Joseph Thompson flagged ARMS as yet another program the feds are investigating for rampant fraud, as he announced federal wire fraud charges in the wake of Care 11's investigation into the Housing Stabilization Program.
The level of fraud in these programs is staggering.
We wanted to hear Action Therapy's side of their clients' allegations of fraud. So we emailed asking for an interview and also tried calling Action Therapy's listed number on their new website.
Sorry, that mailbox is invalid.
Well, that got us nowhere. Secretary of State filings confirmed a business address, which brought us to this building in Roseville.
All right, so we're looking for a place called Action Therapy, but here's the thing. I'm having a sense of deja vu. I've already been to this address and this exact suite number months ago when we were looking at a housing stabilization company called Liberty Plus.
Our investigation into housing stabilization fraud found Liberty Plus was a fly-by-night company with a website that listed employees with stock images of people named Caregiver Name. They used posters like this hung in bus stops and gas station bathrooms to sign up homeless people, promising to find them housing. But clients like Julie Kiros said they were given no help and remained homeless, despite large sums of money billed to Medicaid in their name.
Well, it's not just stealing money. It's taking away from people that already are poor, broke, homeless, have no options, or on their last leg.
Citing Care 11's reporting, agents raided Liberty Plus and its owner's home as part of a federal investigation into widespread fraud.
What do you know?
Just last week, federal charges.
Anwar Ahmed Dow, the owner of Liberty Plus LLC, is also being charged here.
Now, here we are, going back to the same address and suite, looking for Action Therapy, accused by a client of billing for services not provided.
Suite 400, Action Therapy. Liberty Plus, the housing stabilization place that was raided is also listed here.
So it's all in the same
Suite
building. So it's all,
400 is actually filled with small, individual office spaces, which rent for less than $300 per month. After wandering empty hallways, we spotted a sticker on a door.
It says action therapy.
The lights were off, the door was locked. Our questions for action therapy unanswered.
All right, well, let's get out of here. Looks like a dead end again. Well, eventually, a lawyer for action therapy contacted us. She responded to our emailed interview request and said her clients declined to meet for an interview, but she sent a statement saying, in part, they have no ties to Liberty Plus and deny allegations that they have intentionally improperly billed clients.
This continues to blow my mind. You found more than $100 million going to this housing stabilization program. Federal prosecutors think most of that is fraud. So what is this arms program going to cost people?
Well, we'd actually really like to be able to tell you just what this program is costing taxpayers. 4 months ago, we asked the Minnesota Department of Human Services to provide us arms billing data, the same type of data we've used to expose widespread fraud in other DHS programs like housing stabilization, certified peers, and addiction recovery. The law says that they have to provide it in a reasonable amount of time. Again, Rena, it's been 4 months, but they haven't given us this data. We're still waiting here.
It's a big wake-up call in Minnesota for everything that's going on. Thanks for doing all that hard work and uncovering everything.
yeah, but it is. And at least it's not just a mailbox. It pretty much is just a mailbox. It's probably just one small room. Yeah, Elon should clean up. He is from Africa. He should. Yeah, where is Keith Ellison? Oh, he's involved. Keith can sue Fleet Farm for straw purchasing. He's worse than Dumb Waltz. Yeah, he is. Yeah. A nice Irish name. Damn. Yes. How is he on medication in Kenya? It's a good question. Muhammad Ali lives in Kenya. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I just want to point out to everybody, just so everybody knows, all right? It still has a door. It has a door. It does. Yes. And what's this? What's this, Snarf? Let me look what this is. Snarf just posted. Oh, Jesus, Snarf. Federal investigation holding it up. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? It's a super mutant. Yeah, I know. I got it. I got it. So, but anyway, I wanted to point out to everybody that we are $84 away from a second additional hour. And we are approximately, I don't know, let's see, only about 15 minutes or less left of the show, unless we get, start getting a little closer to that number there. So let's see here. Here's this. We'll share this tab. This is the Nick Shirley. Where's the? How do I make this bigger? Oh, there we go. That's how I make it bigger. All right. Turn the volume on.
What's it like being a Muslim here in the United States?
I'm not speaking English. Only one Somali language.
What does it mean to you to be a part of Islam?
I don't know. I'm not speaking English very well.
How are you? Do any of you speak English? English? No. Can women speak on camera? No. I kept going because I wanted to speak with some more of the elders here to see if they could share their story about coming here from Somalia and how they've seen the rise firsthand. However, none of them spoke English. How are you? Can I ask any of you guys some questions? No? Speak English?
English no.
No? Do any of you speak English? After a few interviews, somebody came up to us angry because we were asking people about the rise of Islam inside this community. My name is Nick Shirley.
What are you doing?
My name is Nick Shirley. I'm a YouTuber. We're doing a video on the rise of Islam here in the United States.
The rise of Islam.
Yeah, it's the #1 converting religion.
The rise of Islam. Make it make sense for me.
This guy wouldn't show his face on camera, and this conversation kept going for a few minutes, and he demanded that we deleted the footage of the interviews that we took here on the street. I said no, and he said, you better go, and we're going to make sure you leave. I've never been in a situation like that while I've been filming, where somebody comes out of nowhere and wants to take the footage. I was watching a video prior to this video, and there is a small gang war going on here inside of the apartment complexes, apparently. I think we just went upon a gang, and I didn't know that they were a gang. And right now, he said, you better leave, and we're gonna make sure you get out of here. So right now, there is somebody following from behind, making sure that we get out of this place. Not the most friendly welcome here into this part of Minnesota. What's it like being a Muslim here in the United States?
Wow. Well, okay, Nick Shirley. Yes. All right. We got the story. And yes, I was supposed to. We cannot be a country that can't communicate with one another. Yeah. Understand, Leech? Yeah, they'll use any excuse. Jules says, "Were you supposed to sing happy birthday to somebody?" Yes. I don't know. Is Lady Bama still here? Is she even here? Did she leave? Lady Bama, are you here? Everybody, let's go. We're going to sing happy birthday to Lady Bama. On a 1, and a 2, and a 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lady Bama. Happy birthday to you. How old are you? How old are you? How old are you, Lady Bama? Happy birthday to you. Yay. That was my best. Captain Kirk. Happy birthday. Somali Green. They don't have any qualified employees or facilities to account for services they are billing despite having a room. That's correct. Since we're going to be hitting out, possibly, Rackets is planning a stream in the next 10 minutes. Of course, late game may apply. Yeah, I already have a redirect set up on YouTube to go to him. But if anyone wants to set one up on Rumble, go right ahead. I don't know how to do it on Rumble. Nick Shirley recently won an award for his journalism. I don't know which award, but he does a great job. Yes, he does. I volunteer to be Nick's bodyguard. If you'll be my bodyguard, I will be your long lost pal. Turn off all utilities to that building. Yes. Whose birthday was it today? Lady Bama. Lady Bama's birthday. Lady Bama present, yes. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Lady Bama. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday indeed. That's right. Happy birthday. Jim Torme, that's me. Happy birthday, Lady Bama. That's right. You can post links, Snarf. Don't go crazy with it. All right. Minnesota DHS workers blame dishonest Tim Waltz for a massive fraud. 100% responsible. Yeah, look at him. Who stole all the money? Hundreds of Minnesota government workers have accused the state's leftist governor of being responsible for a massive fraud case that has drawn tons of attention. The statement came from over 400 individuals in the Minnesota Department of Health and Human Service employees X page on Saturday. The group claimed it alerted Waltz to the fraud in the early stages of its discovery, and he allegedly retaliated against the whistleblowers. Just once in a while. You're asking a lot. Yes, I know. Have a fantastic day. Mogadishu in the sky with diamonds. Yes. Oh, that was real? My apologies. Merry birthday, Lady Bama. You deserve it, Lady Bama. We appreciate you, your support, and contribution to this community. Yes, yes, we do. Oh, thank you, Jim, and everyone for the wonderful wishes and so on. Is it Lady? It's probably Lady Bama, not Bama. I say Lady Bama, but it's Lady Bama. Lady Bama, not Lady Bama. Lady Bama. Did I say Lady Bama or Lady Bama? I don't know. It's Lady Bama, probably, from like Alabama. Sweet home Lady Bama. Roll Tide. Yeah, Tim Waltz is 100% responsible for the fraud. We let Tim Waltz know, and we got the opposite response. He systematically retaliated against whistleblowers using monitoring, threats, repression, and did his best to discredit fraud reports. Instead of partnership, we got the full weight of retaliation by Tim Waltz, certain DFL members, and in different mainstream media. It's scary, isolating, and left us wondering who we can turn to. In addition to retaliating against the whistleblowers, Tim Waltz disempowered the Office of Legislative Auditor, allowing agencies to disregard their audit findings and guidance. Media and politicians supporting Tim Waltz or the DFL agenda attacked whistleblowers who were trying to raise red flags on fraudulent activities. Minnesota fraud repounding commentary. Minnesota DHS. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that this account got taken down. They were able, like, for some reason, got taken down by X. Damning quote on Tim Walz's failure to stop the fraud consuming Minnesota. No one was doing anything about the red flags. It was like someone was stealing money from a cookie jar and kept refilling it. How fraud swamped Minnesota social services on Tim Walz's watch. Somalis in Minnesota took millions of dollars in state Medicaid autism care programs and sent it to their native country and its terrorist organizations. Breitbart reported in July that nearly 100 autism clinics in Minnesota were being investigated for fraudulent billing Medicaid for treatment of children supposedly diagnosed with autism, most of it in connection with the rapidly corrupt Somali community around Minnesota and Minneapolis. But the fraud is far more widespread and far more money involved than was previously reported, all of which has been presided over by Democrat Party vice presidential nominee Tim Tampon Walz. House Whip Tom Emmer has since called for an investigation into the millions of taxpayer money going to a terrorist group. Despite the evidence of fraud, state Democrats have continued to support the Slamanami community. In its ex-post on Saturday, Minnesota DHS continued to criticizing Walz, saying fundamentally Tim Walz is dishonest, lacks ethics and integrity. He has poor leadership abilities and has never taken any accountability for his role in fraud. That's right. Minnesota social service workers slammed Tim Walz 100% responsible for the massive fraud. Yes. And look at this. The X account exposing Tim Walz for being complicit in massive fraud was just suspended by X. Last night, their post got millions of views, blowing the whistle on Tim's pro-fraud activities. The group is run by current Minnesota Department of Human Services employees critical of Walz. What's going on? Yes, what is going on? They posted all this stuff about him, and then boop, 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 busted. Boop, 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 busted. And look at this. It's not just the Somalis, though. Tim Walz's ally, Jonathan Weinhagen, former Minneapolis Chamber CEO, is expected to plead guilty to 5 counts of bank and wire fraud after embezzling over $200,000. Tim Walz isn't wrong. It's not just Somalis committing fraud. It's also his donors. There's the guy right there. This is the guy. $200K he stole. There's Tim Walz. There he is. Check him out. Yay, it was great. Steal more money. Steal more money. Steal more money. Yay, steal more money. Minneapolis CEO accused of embezzling $200K for personal expenses, including first-class trip to Hawaii. Minnesota CEO accused of spending hundreds of thousands of dollars is expected to plead guilty on the scheme. He's CEO of the Minneapolis Regional Chamber of Commerce, has been accused of embezzling $200K from the organization, using the funds to splurge on an oceanfront stay in Hawaii, among other things. What do you know? Feds stole 200 plus K. He was hit with federal charges in October and is expected to plead guilty to 5 counts. You're going to bed? You're going to bed, Jules? It's been fun to be able to watch the live chat. That's cool. And maybe you'll catch the live tomorrow. Well, that'll be great. I'd love to see you, Jules. You keep getting free movie place, whatever you got or you watch. Joe comes in for 2. He's trying to start a rally. Joe's trying to start a rally, everybody, to try to get in under the wire, get us another hour. That means we're just $82 away, folks. Just $82 away from a second additional hour. We could go another hour. I've got plenty of stories. We haven't even played White or White tonight. I hope Joe gets spells. Joe says, just saying hi and bye. Sick like a dog. God bless. Well, God bless you, Joe. Drink some hot tea. Maybe put a little whiskey in there, a little hot toddy, a little brandy or something. Maybe up. Holy crap. Rackets was hetero tonight. You got over 600 free movies. Get well soon, Joe. The process works. It does. Joe, I hope you feel better and get better soon. That's me too. Feel better soon, KPT says. All these people care about you, Joe. That's right. Look at that. Joe's trying to start a rally, folks. Are we going to do it? Are we going to go another hour? It's up to you. Like always, if the money comes in before we end the show gets extended. Just saying. I'm going to go a little bit longer here. See what happens. I'm going to go a little longer here. We'll see what happens. We might make it. It all depends. He was hit with federal charges. He pled guilty to counts. He was a rising star, alleged he created a fictional company, a phony obituary, and stole from a $30,000 chamber donation to a Crime Stoppers reward fund. Holy crap. But he will fly to Hawaii. Warning, plane may crash, fish orange eyes. Ooh, yes. You leave it on for the view count? Well, thank you. Thank you. When I first heard about it, I was like, good God, what? Scott Burns, who worked for Weingarten when he was on St. Paul Chamber of Commerce, goes, I can't piece it together. You can make a TV movie out of it. Get lots of sleep, Joe. Yes. If you're sick, feel better. Yeah, I'm sorry. If you're sick, feel better. Yeah. I can put hours in this process. Yeah. So the married father of four abruptly resigned his position in 2024. The rising star worked at his family's St. Paul auto repair shop before landing a top position at Chamber at 33. He made $275,000 in 2023. He made $275K, and that wasn't enough. He had to steal. The Chamber revealed Weingarten's departure came after an internal investigation discovered a large deficit, leading to axing of 5 staffers. Roughly $290,000 in Chamber money vanished during his tenure, financially hobbling the organization and forcing it to merger talks this year. Well, you can just look at this guy. I mean, look at that face. He steals. I can tell by looking at him. Oh, I thought that was a big earring. Never mind. The CEO stole $30,000 reward fund for tips for solving 3 shootings involving children. The elaborate scheme lasted from 2019 until the month he resigned and involved him stealing over $200,000 from Chamber under the alias James Sullivan or a fake consulting company, Synergy Partners. After the Chamber began to catch on to the fraud, he allegedly tried to cover his tracks by saying Synergy disbanded and Sullivan died from pancreatic cancer. He announced Sullivan's death in a faux obituary posted to legacy.com in 2024. This fucking guy, man, he's really trying to go. Weingarten also allegedly used a Minneapolis Chamber credit card for personal expenses, including taking him and his family on a first-class trip to Hawaii for a 2-bedroom oceanfront stay. He also allegedly tried in 2025 after he left the Chamber to obtain a $54,000 loan from SoFi Bank. The alleged corrupt CEO even stole money from a $30,000 reward fund for tip-solving crimes for a 2021 shooting involving children. The Chamber donated the money to Crime Stoppers, but the money was still unclaimed. Weingarten allegedly asked for $30,000 back and asked for a refund check to be sent to his home address. Holy fuck. He then allegedly used the cash for his personal expenses. He's expected to have a plea hearing on Monday in U.S. District Court in St. Paul. Jim tells you, what's this mean? Black Cat 5 RQ4 has gone due regard off the coast of Florida. I have no idea. What the fuck does that mean? Beach always makes one feel better. I'm going to have to Google that. What is this? I don't know what that means. I found a perfect Kelly Twins picture from the cage, but don't know how to share it. Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right. I got it now. I know what that means. That means it's a drone. It's a Reaper drone. It's gone due regard off the coast of Florida. I don't know what due regard means. Saltwater winds. So it's a Reaper drone. It's a Reaper drone. It's one of these drones. Military aviation operating with due regard means it's not under aircraft control, responsible for its own separation from other aircraft and hazards. Yeah, so it's a drone. That's what it is. What is this? Oh, I didn't move this. Oh. What do you know? What do you say? What do you know? What do you say? We'll go a little while longer. Go a little while longer just to see if any more money comes in. Hey, what's up, Karen? Oh, great to see you. So a Facebook Live video from 2016 shows the associate chair of the Somali American Caucus threatening any immigrant from Somalia who speaks out about Ilhan Omar's marriage. A troubling detail mounted against Omar, members of the Somali community were threatened into silence through intimidation tactics and physical violence on themselves and their families. Still back in Somalia. In an tamed Facebook Live video from August 18, 2016, a woman identified as the associate chair of the Somali American Caucus speaks. In translation, she states in plain terms that any Somali that talks about Omar's personal life, including marriage discrepancies, is an enemy of the Somali community. Credible sources for the Somali community have stepped forward and provided Alpha News with information in exchange for anonymity, along with members of the 2003 class that have identified Elmi's father as Nur Said Elmi Mohammed, the same man who calls himself father to Ilhan Omar. Oh. Glad I'm extending tonight. I'm extending a little while. I mean, if we go, maybe another 10 minutes if we don't hit the goal. Just saying.
In an obtained Facebook Live video from August 18, 2016, a woman identified as the Associate Chair of the Somali American Caucus speaks. And in translation, she states in plain terms that any Somali that talks about Omar's personal life, including marriage discrepancies, is an enemy of the Somali community. Credible sources in the Somali community have stepped forward
Where's the
and provided
video?
Alpha News with information in exchange for anonymity,
Where's the video?
along with members of the 2003 class have also identified Elmi's father as
Nur said Elmi Mohammed, the same man who calls himself father to Ilhan Omar.
Wow.
in an obtained Facebook Live video from August 8th.
Wow, that's crazy. But they would have been nice if they would have played the video instead of just talking about it. Well, look at this. It says, Jake Lang infiltrated a Muslim Brotherhood event in Tampa, Florida. An angry mob of Muslims threw me out of the mosque and threatened to hunt me down. High-ranking Muslim Brotherhood members were there on American soil. This is a national security threat. Isn't this the guy that was in the J6 guy who was caught a bunch of shit going on with him?
Tampa Bay Islam event. Going undercover. Pray for me. So I made myself inside here, and yeah.
No, it's all right.
Not welcome, right?
Huh?
Christians aren't welcome here. In Tampa, Florida.
Were you sitting
United
inside?
States,
Were you
United
sitting
States Senate candidate here in Tampa.
I have photos of you sitting inside and a video of you sitting inside.
Yeah, did I make a disturbance?
No.
But I'm not welcome back here.
But why are you doing this then?
No, because I've been kicked out. I've been identified and kicked out.
Who kicked out?
He said I'm not welcome. This man over here said I'm not welcome.
All right, this seems like a bunch of bullshit to me. I don't know. Like, I believe it, but this seems like a bunch of, I don't know. Okay, and then, Marjorie Smith comes in with a $5. Trying to rally with a $5. Yes, and then, so that means we are $77 away. $77 away from an additional hour. Let's see, are we going to make it? Are we going to make it? Are we going to make it? Don't know. Are we going to make it? We could make it. Could be. Burn his beard, yes. Hell, with that Ilhan and U.S. now enemy of we the people. Bring the rope. That's right. Burn his beard. Yeah. He was probably at the gay nightclub. Maybe. Could be. Additional partying? Maybe. Hey, Highway, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Nice to see you. Highway Jacks FF, yes. Well, just letting Muslims know my policy. Thanks so much. Thank you so much, everyone. So there is only one acceptable response to the Muslim takeover of America. We just must declare a national emergency on Islam, and we must start mass deportations. Feels like another, like a Muslim auditor grift. It kind of seems like that, right? That's kind of the vibes I got. You know, like I don't want anybody I want the truth. I want the facts. I don't want people fucking around doing things just to get something on video. Like that guy seems sketch to me, and always has. We must declare a national emergency on Islam, and we must start mass deportations. They can enjoy the Sharia law they want so bad living under an Islamic state in one of their own 50 Muslim countries. This is called marking your territory, just like a dog pissing on his tree. The Quran is a political military takeover manual for global domination. At 5 a.m. in Brooklyn, New York, Muslims perform their first of 5 prayers for the day called the Fajr, or Farj. The Imam's voice is amplified as a Canadian, Iranian, Goldie Al-Ghura remarked, they're trying to assert their religious dominance over you, claim your country, and turn it into Sharia law. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. At 5 a.m. in Brooklyn, they performed the first of 5 prayers called the Fashusha. Yes. Yes, Muslims are insane. They don't want their young people to know what they really stand for. Peace to those in Pulse. My son's friend died there. Valentina Gomez likely has something to say about it. Provocateurs. Yeah. For want of napalm. Well, it could be nice. It's a wacky religion. Yeah. Why the fuck is it out in the open like that? They're doing that because they want to show you that they have the power. They're doing it. They're blocking traffic. They're stopping things. They're showing you they have control over you. And that you're going to do and have to, you have to submit, and you have to sit there and deal with their, wait. Oh, Bella's awake. Look at that. Wow. Oh, look at it. Sunshine comes in with a 10, trying to start a rally. And we're now $67 away, just $67 away, folks, from an additional hour. Second additional hour of the show. Can we do it? Can we fix it? Can we make it? Everyone dig down in the sofa cushions if you want another hour, just saying. If they can form that prayer can Christians play Jesus worship music in the same neighborhood? Yes, thank you so much. I don't know. I mean, why can't, if that's the case, why can't I go and try to convert them? I should be able to go and convert them. Be like, do you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? And I'll get all crazy with them, right? Uh-oh. I should be able to do all that, right? I mean, right? No? Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Bella faces wall. Hail Bella. We are all over here. Yes. My understanding is that they do not do that street praying in Islamic countries. It's all for the benefit of the infidels here in the United States. Yes, that's what I heard. Omar Ballot, harvester in Minnesota, James O'Keefe. Yep, I saw that story. He reposted that. All their eggs are in one basket. I'll pray with them while I eat my bacon. Yeah. Well, some guy just got arrested and charged with a hate crime for saying something about we love bacon or something like that, which I found to be very fucking ridiculous, man. It's a free country, Jim, so why not? Why not let them pray in the streets? Because they're blocking traffic. They're obstructing traffic. They don't get to obstruct traffic just to purchase, do their religion. Can I just go down a street? Can I block a street and we could do the procession of the cross? It's on now. Yeah. There's stations of the cross. Can we do all that stuff? Iranian woman in Germany. I live in fear that Sharia law that ruined my life in Iran is now showing signs in Germany. I come from Iran, and I'm in Germany because political Islam destroyed the life there. She says she's terrified Sharia law is possibly coming to Germany.
Aus dem Iran und ich bin in Deutschland, weil politische Islam mein Leben dort zerstört hat, die Chance von mir weggenommen hat. Und ich musste mein beliebtes Land verlassen, damit hier zu bleiben. Und es gibt mir auch Angst, wenn ich sehe in Deutschland, wo ich mich sicher gefühlt habe, wo ich unter liberale Werte mich gut gefühlt habe, wo ich...
I don't know why they got to play the music over it. Could you say what I am as a queer woman, as someone who freedom now feels under threat, now has the feeling that what if, again, Sharia law, my life comes, yes. Oh, this story. This is crazy. So Sunshine gave us a 10. That puts us down. Sunshine says, No blocking of transit. Where are we going to go? $67 away. Why not let you go in? Go in where? Jim, Trump has been posting nonstop for 2 hours on True Social. I think some politicians are going to get arrested. I hope so. That would be awesome. I hope so. Fucking get them arrested. That's great. They're aggressively abusing the better natures of their hosts to evoke a sense of authority over them. They have no concept yet of what they'll invariably provoke once the patience weren't in. If they raise the ire of a new generation of Christian knights of Christendom, soldiers of Christ, to take to the streets, they won't be happy. They weren't happy last time. If you can't proclaim Jesus to a Muslim because they say it's inciting violence, then we will know who the government truly hates. Yes. 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 $67 away. Yes. Thanks, Darlo. I'll go look. Good evening, everyone. Hey, Jim, do you have a P.O. box mailing yours? I do have some things I'd send to you for Christmas. I do have a P.O. box. It's listed on it's listed on my YouTube. It's also listed on my, if you were to join my, let's see, where's it at here? Oh, Instagram just disconnected. Oops. The 4 hours limit on Instagram just kicked in. And it's also right here. I can show you, no, locals is better. It's right here on, right here. You can see it says, it's covered by your thing, so I'll bring this down. Physical mail can be sent to P.O. Box 150277, Cape Coral, Florida 33915. You can follow me on Rumble at Jim Tells You, YouTube at Jim Tells You, on X at Jim Sotelo, or Jim Tells You is also, I did get that one on X. My email is jimtellsyou@duck.com, and physical mail can be sent to Jim Tells You at P.O. Box 150277, Cape Coral, Florida 33915. So that's, thank you. I appreciate it. It's a lot, Sunshine. It's on. A lot of weekend markets have been closed. Others have massive security. All the Muslims all over Europe are attacking Xmas trees and nativity scenes. If they do that, we can go preach to them and sing hymns. Yes. Gas up, Penske Paddy Wagon Team. Cool. Violence preached, that will do it. Donate, hate, donors hate us, dooners control politicians. Why are we still pretending 2020 didn't make that obvious? I don't know, man. I don't know. Look at this. This guy looked like Rasputin if he had AIDS from homosexual sex. Look at this. This guy, Christopher Hilali, is running for office in Vermont, I believe. A former U.S. Army officer and as an elected high bailiff of Orange County, Vermont, I stand with President Maduro in Venezuela, this guy. So this guy is saying he stands with someone we're kind of at war with. Huh. That's kind of what's kind of called treason. Kind of called treason. Yeah. And, like my good friend Joe Dolio says, this should be grounds for removal from his elected office. He says, if as elected official of Vermont, I stand with Maduro and declare my support for Venezuela. Why are we at war with Venezuela? I mean, because we don't like them. I don't know. I mean, because they oppress their people. We're not at war with the Venezuelan people. We're at war with the drug cartel that's in charge of Venezuela right now, called the Cartel de las Soles, run by Maduro. That's who we're at war with. We're at war with the drug cartel. Trump said no new wars. We do war now because we don't like them. No. It's no new regime change wars. This is real quick. It's going to take a couple days. It's going to be over real fast. It's more like it's not really a war. It's just more like a couple strikes. Have you not noticed the bombing the drug boats? It's the war on terror. It's just, I don't know. I'm just saying. So this guy, he says, I support Maduro, the communist. Communists aren't supposed to be able to hold office in the U.S., just saying. Oh, we don't have time for this. We don't have time for this. This was supposed to be the next thing. This is supposed to be the next thing, the illegal alien roundup for 11/30/2025. It's been 2 weeks since the last roundup. There's a rundown of 25 cases that come to light. But I don't think CIA regime change does not work most times. CIA bullshit leaves us out of it. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, like, there was an election, and all the international observers said that Maduro lost the election. So that's not really a regime change war. That's a regime correction war, I think. I don't know. I could be wrong. But, you know, it'd be kind of like maybe if something was to happen in 2020, you know, that wasn't a regime change activities that happened. You know, no more tax dollars. I agree. No more tax dollars on regime change. Spend it at war. Spend it at home. Yeah. No, we want to spend tax dollars on it. They'll pay us in Earl. Anyway, unfortunately, we are $67 away from a additional hour, and we've already technically been well into that second hour, approaching a third hour, to tell you the truth. We're 4 hours and 5 minutes in, so we're like almost into third hour territory. I don't think we're going to hit it. There's no way I can go through this list. 2025, and we still do war for oil. When will we learn? We'll never learn. We're never going to learn collusion. We're never going to learn. We're never going to learn. That's the problem. We're never going to learn. I don't think they want Maduro to leave is what they want. You know, they want Maduro to leave, and it doesn't look like he's going to leave. So maybe they're going to try to get him to leave, or who knows. Maybe Trump, who knows? Trump's been talking to him supposedly, so it's possible. It's possible maybe they've got to work something out. Yeah, all of you need to join the CFC to counter future Galanka. Great info. Yes, it does. It takes time. Sunshine. Oh, wow, I'm going to have to look at that. Thanks for letting us know. What did Sunshine say? I wish Jim would. What? There's a video says he's turning state's evidence against the Biden administration. Who? Who says? Who says? What video? What are we talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Oh, Trump betrayed us all. No wars ended. More bombing for nothing. Spend it all at home. Traitor. Oh, okay. All right. There are people voting for socialists here. Why do you think people didn't vote for Maduro? People are dumb. No. There was monitors watching the elections, and he lost the election. Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 8:15 Eastern. What? They are spending. They're spending all the money on. They're spending all the money from the tariffs at home. They're going to get rid of. Oh, Maduro gave a speech saying he gave Trump evidence. Oh wow! Read all the messages. Wait, what? On Truth, it says Maduro publicly surrendered to Trump. Al Zut got him? What? Seriously? That would be hysterical. Fentanyl pours in from China, and we bomb some boats from Venezuela and make it make sense. Hey, I don't know, man. I don't have all the intelligence. I don't know what's going on. So yes, okay. Where's the video? Let's see. Let me look. Let me look for this. Let me look. All right. Maduro surrenders to Trump. It says, no, Nicholas Maduro does not surrender to Trump. Reports indicate Maduro will give an ultimatum during a recent phone call, but declined, instead demanding amnesty for himself and allies. Trump confirmed the call took place, stating it was a phone call. Why would he need amnesty for his friends and allies? So if he's requesting amnesty, that means if he's requesting amnesty, dang, Jim, you have to read our orders in order. Well, I don't know. I'm reading them on StreamYard, so I don't know what order they're in exactly. Because StreamYard might not be okay. U.S. jumps into South America. I think I heard this before. How does it end? It's called the Monroe Doctrine. You might want to look it up a little bit. It's been U.S. policy for, I don't know, 200 years. Just, we're supposed to keep China out of this hemisphere. We're supposed to control this hemisphere. So, I don't know. So, this says no, he didn't surrender. But then again, it was a phone call. But he's saying he's asking for amnesty. Why would he ask for amnesty if he's not done nothing wrong? Something seems to be up with that. So let me look on X. Let's see if anything's on X. Okay. All right. So here it is. Here's this thing right here. This will be the last thing we're going to talk about. Unless for some miracle, Trump posted the video. It's a TikTok video, so who knows? So he can leave Venezuela. Well, yeah. It's fashionably late. Okay, Big Howard. Well, we're going to be ending shortly if we don't hit the goal in the next few minutes. Venezuelan president just publicly surrendered to Trump. Maduro has now turned into state's evidence against the Biden administration, releasing proof that Biden asked of government to ship Tren de Aragua gangs into the U.S. What? Read Truth by Paul White Eagle. What? Tarmac, Moment in Time. What? Military Intelligence.
Quiero utilizar la campaña de la administración Biden sobre el tema del Tren de Aragua. Yo sobre eso tengo una posición muy clara. Le digo al presidente Donald Trump, con respeto, pida los informes de los últimos 4 años del FBI y la DEA, de las oficinas en Colombia, para que ustedes vean,
So you can see President
presidente Trump,
who financed
quienes
it
financiaron, quienes
and
movieron,
moved to the famous train
quienes
of Aragua.
dirigieron al famoso Tren de Aragua, quienes lo llevaron a Colombia, quienes lo llevaron a Estados Unidos. Y pida los informes verídicos para que sepa que aquí en Venezuela nosotros derrotamos, desmembramos y acabamos con ese grupo delincuencial, violento, que pretendió utilizarse desde Colombia con lazos profundos con la
Either way, we have it all.
administración
Trump must have
Biden
very embarrassing info on all. He will reveal
para
if not
traer
committing
terrorismo a
his
Venezuela.
demands.
Si algo se puede
Deals for
decir
the
del
people.
terrorismo del Tren de Aragua, extinto Tren de Aragua,
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, people. Hopefully we're true. We're going to have to see. I'll keep an eye on it. Maybe we'll see something tomorrow. But I want to thank everybody who was here. Please remember, please hit the like button if you haven't already. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed to the channel. And please throw a like in there. Throw a comment, Throw a comment. How's my Espanol? Not that good. He said, can't see the subtitles, and I speak white, not white. Okay. Ad. Oh, the ad started already? Sorry. I'm ending the stream, so that's why I had turned the ads back on before the end of the stream. It's a little hack to get YouTube to pay something. But anyway, thank you all for stopping by. I will see you all tomorrow.